Good evening. I would like to call this meeting of the Board of Trustees of Pajaro Valley Unified School District to order. Welcome, and thank you for being here tonight. Yes, we do. She's setting up. Okay. I want to begin by acknowledging that this meeting will be live streamed and recorded. Whether you are here in person or watching online, we are glad you are with us. Bienvenidos, tenemos interpretación en español. Si necesita de este servicio, por favor, pase con Leticia. Leticia está ahí. The purpose of the meeting, this is a meeting of the Board of Education convened to conduct official business on behalf of our district and the students we serve. While we deeply value community participation, this is a working session of the board. Our focus tonight is on the items before us and on the outcomes that matter most to our students. Our commitment to you is that one of our core values is ensuring that the voices of our community and of each board member are heard, respected, and given meaningful space in this room. Everything we do tonight is grounded in that commitment. Our protocols are not barriers, they are the structure that ensures every voice has a fair and appropriate opportunity to be heard. How this meeting works, I will call each item in turn. Staff or a board member in some cases will present the item. We'll ask for public comment. If you want to speak, you need to turn in a card before the item starts. We do allow students to fill out coral colored cards, which we prioritize so that you can be heard and go on to do what you need to do, like getting rest. And then board members will have the opportunity to speak on the item, ask questions, and if it's an action item, we will then have a motion, a second, and if there's a majority of the board in favor, the item will pass. Public comment. We have been trying something new where we have two public comment sections at the beginning of the agenda. The first one is something that is not on the agenda, but comes under the purview of the board. If you want to speak on something like that, you would fill out a card for 3.1. If you want to speak on something that's further down on the agenda and you don't want to have to wait until we get to that item on the agenda, you could speak under 3.2, but then you're giving up your opportunity to speak later on in the agenda. That's your choice if you want to do it one way or the other. Cards can be handed to Trustee Flores, or if you're closer to the other end, to Eva Renteria. Okay. Expectations for conduct. In order for us to hear whoever is speaking and for us to be able to conduct our business, we need to be able to hear the person whose turn it is to speak. We ask that other people refrain from speaking or shouting out until it's their turn to speak. I would like to ask Trustee Dodge Jr. to start us in the pledge. Do we have? Yes, we do.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next up is governing board comments, reports on standing committees. Do any of the three of you have some comments that you would like to make during this time? Trustee Medina?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Can you all hear me? Okay, awesome. Let's see. Ruben Ray Martinez, Jaime Alanis, Roberto Carlos Montoya Valdez, Josue Castro Rivera, Silvero Villegas Gonzalez, Renee Good, Alex Preddy, Lorenzo Salgado, and most recently, Joan Sebastian Duran Guerrero. These are people who have died during encounters or at the hands of federal immigration enforcement just this past month. When I see the faces of Lorenzo and Joan, I see my family, I see my dad, I see my uncles and my cousins, I see my friends. And the people who get up early, work hard, care for their families, and simply want the opportunity to build a good life. Their deaths are not distant news stories to many of us. These feel personal, and I know they feel personal to many families across our district. We serve a community with a large Mexicano and Latino population. We serve children who return home to mixed status households. Some students leave for school carrying that fear. When they return, someone they love may not be there. Imagine asking a child to learn while carrying that fear. That fear enters our classroom. It affects whether students can concentrate, whether they feel safe asking for help, and whether their families can trust the institutions that are supposed to protect them. Tonight, as we consider bringing SROs onto our campus, we cannot separate that decision from what our students and families are experiencing. I understand that not every trustee and not every person in this room feels the fear personally, but our responsibility is not limited to what we ourselves have experienced. We must listen to those whose lives are shaped by this fear every day. Safety cannot be measured only by the presence of law enforcement. It must be measured by whether a frightened child feels protected, understood, and able to ask for help without wondering what that help could cost their family. If our goal is healing and prevention, we must consider trusted community organizations like Milpa and Barrios Unidos, working alongside mental health clinicians and school staff. These partners can resolve conflict, address trauma, build relationships, and intervene before a crisis occurs. Our students deserve more than a response after something goes wrong. They deserve prevention, they deserve healing, they deserve adults who know their community and have earned their trust. So tonight, I ask us to look beyond the safety models we have always known and choose one rooted in care, dignity, prevention, and love for every child we serve. Thank you.
Trustee Dodge Jr.? Okay. I know you just walked in, but do you have any comments under board comments? Okay. Just to tag on to what Trustee Medina said, we still hear that it looks like there's going to be a detention center built in Gilroy, or at least that's what the federal government intends to do, which I think we should look at as an indication of intent in our area. So we need to be prepared. I would like to introduce Danielle Jacobsmeyer, who is unable to be with us this evening, I believe, right? We are excited to introduce Danielle Jacobsmeyer as the new principal of Hall District. Oh, Daniel, sorry. Thank you. Daniel has served in the Pajaro Valley Unified School District for over 2 decades, and most recently was the academic coordinator at Hyde Elementary. His role in PVUSD has included classroom teacher at Mar Vista and Valencia Elementary Schools, academic coordinator at Mar Vista Elementary, and teacher and PBIS SEL lead at Minty White Elementary. He has supported the implementation of district curriculum, facilitated professional development, and led school-wide efforts in positive behavior interventions and supports, and social-emotional learning. In summer 2025, Daniel served as head teacher for expanded learning at McQuitty Elementary, coordinating enrichment schedules and liaison with transportation and food service to meet student needs. Daniel holds a master's degree in education administration from Concordia University, Irvine. He earned his multiple subject teaching credential from California State University, Monterey Bay, and a Bachelor of Arts in United States History from the University of California, Santa Cruz. His expertise includes MTSS, early intervention planning, and technology integration, having supported staff and students during the transition to distant learning, and served as technology liaison at his site. We are excited to welcome Daniel to his new role. Go Hawks. And that moves us to, I should ask, are there any public speakers to this item? Okay, that moves us on to 1.4, superintendent comments.
No, it's working. There we go. Okay, so we are going to have lots of data later tonight when we work on our board guardrails and goals. I do want to use this time to recognize Eva. This is her last board meeting after 9 years of board meetings. 9, right? Yeah. So Eva leaves us. This is will be her last one, and we have some roses for you. We have enough to at least maybe have one rose for every meeting of the last 2 years. We have a card, and we have some cake for later tonight. Eva, you have done just a spectacular job in the last 2 years. I've been with you in the last 1.5 and 2 years, and 4 years for some, with our board, and we can't thank you enough for the poise, the presence, the professionalism that you have shown at all times of our board meetings and in between as well. So thank you so much for that. At the same time, I would like to recognize Veronica Moran. Veronica, would you like to come and take your seat over here? Veronica will be our new executive assistant to the board. And later this evening in the personnel report, we will hope that the board will approve Veronica's appointment to her new position. And Veronica will have a next 2 weeks where Eva will be side by side with her, helping her to learn her new, very important role. And so this evening, Veronica will be sitting with Eva as she learns minute taking and the different parts of being the executive assistant. So welcome, Veronica.
Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Are there any public speakers to this item? That
No.
would be 2.1, okay?
Oh, wait, yes, sorry. I have to get these numbers right. Emily Halbig.
There we go. Okay. So I'm asking for a few items to be removed from the consent agenda tonight and placed under individual action items because I believe that they need to be discussed. These are contracts that involve significant public funds. They deserve transparency and deliberation rather than just a single consent vote. So the first item is 7.29. That's a contract for $200,000 with Creative Leadership Solutions. It's a $200,000 coaching agreement that's funded partially by the Community Schools Grant. And I believe that the board should really be evaluating whether those funds would be better invested in student-facing positions, such as counselors, mental health clinicians, and other direct services. The second item that I think should be taken off of the consent agenda is 7.33. Actually, that one I would probably advocate for just removing completely because we don't need another agreement that benefits another former colleague of Contreras from Modesto. So I think we need to talk about that one. And then 7.35 is the contract for California school inspections with Bill McGuire. And again, I think the board should be really evaluating whether another controversial contract is an ethical use of public funds. I believe that consent agendas are intended for routine, non-controversial items. These contracts involve substantial expenditures and important policy decisions, and they should be individually discussed and voted on. So I want to remind you guys all that a budget is a moral document. How you vote to allocate district budget is really showing the community what you truly value. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that the other one? Okay.
Trustee Turley?
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I'd like to move to amend the agenda for approval to remove items 7.29, 7.33, and 7.35 from tonight's agenda. And I'd actually like to direct staff to return each of these items to the board as a standalone action item at a future meeting, accompanied by written justification from district staff, kind of explaining why each contract should be approved. I know some of these are continuing contracts, so I would just love to see the work that they've done so we could kind of evaluate whether we want to move forward with the contract or not.
So that I'm clear, your motion is to remove those 3 items from the agenda, not push them to the end and have individual discussion about them, but to see them come back at a future meeting.
Yeah, because I would love for, the way that usually goes is for contracts, we usually have justifications from staff. So I would love to hear their justifications as to why we should be moving forward with these contracts. And some of them have already done work, so I think it's also good for us to kind of see how they're working with our staff and if we should know anything about that.
So there is a motion on the table to remove 3 items from consent, 7.29, 7.33, and 7.35. Sometimes in our agenda approving process, we leave the consent piece to the end, but I'm going to allow that we continue that. Would anybody like to make a second? Would anybody like to make a modified motion to remove any other items or pull any items for later in the agenda? I am not hearing a second. Motion fails for lack of a second.
I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, we have a first and a second on a motion to remove from this agenda 7.29, 7.33, and 7.35. We have a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I can't see Dodge. Okay. That's looking like 2 yeses. Anybody opposed signify 1, 2, 3, and 4. Motion fails 2, 4, 0, 1. Would anybody like to make an alternate motion?
Trustee Turley, I would like to make an alternate motion then to pull item 7.29, 7.33, 7.35, and place it on the action item for this portion of today's agenda.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm clear, I understand the motion. You want to pull 7.29, 7.33, 7.35, move it up in the agenda just after 5.2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
And I just preface this with, we are having contracts being given to us by people who have committed fraud. And if that isn't something that is alarming to the trustees here, I don't know what you're doing here. That is very alarming. So I hope that we could look at this and ask some questions, because we need to, this is our money that could be going to students, and instead it's going to these people who have overlapping duties, and I think we need clarification on that.
Is there a second to that motion? I'm not hearing a second. That motion fails for lack of a second. Is there a trustee Flores?
I make a motion to approve the agenda as is.
Is there a second to that? Is there a second? Oh, okay. There's a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses. Any opposed? 1 opposed and 1 absent. Motion carries. That moves us to 3.1, public comment on non-agenda items. So if anyone has turned in a card for this and it's something that relates to the district but is not on this existing agenda, we'll call those names now.
We have 6. I'll call you all up right now. Bill, Martha Flores, Elaine Shea, Sylvia Alba Banuelos, Emily Halbig, and Chris Webb.
Good evening. I'll start out by apologizing for creating a safety hazard at the last meeting. I didn't realize that a handicapped trustee had trouble getting into a seat. Now, I'm angry at both the board and the teachers union. Both groups are failing the district and our students through your lack of actions. You are all educated people, but you're not acting like it. PVFT, you want smaller class sizes and no cap on benefits. Attendance is down over 20%. How much smaller do you need the classrooms? 5 people? On benefits, read my posters. They've been up for some time. They're based on facts, even though you imply I make this stuff up. Let's talk about the board. You need to insist on negotiations being about total compensation and capping benefits. If you don't, you can't assess the impact of the budget and the viability of the district. You also have a budget that shows to continue $100 million of extra funds coming from the state. That's a hallucinogenic nightmare. You need to combine classrooms and close schools before the first interim budget is published. Those cost savings will not be reflected in that budget. The first interim in December will be negative, and the state and the county Office of Education will step in and threaten you with foreclosure. That means the board will be dismissed, the superintendent will be let go, and all the contracts with the unions will be eliminated. Is this what you want? Is this what you were elected to do? I don't think so. It's obvious you're afraid to make a decision because the voters will be angry. Well, grow up. Oakland and San Francisco had to, and they made their cuts. Now it's your time to do the same, or you'll be replaced, and the district will be insolvent. Thank you for your time.
Marta Flores, thank you for your time. The budget cuts, they've been devastating, painful for certificated and classified. It is hard to see my colleagues being affected, and not only my colleagues, but come springtime, it happened to me. 30-year veteran, several authorizations, and I'm being told I don't have a position. Basically, I'm being fired. I looked at this young administrator and I'm thinking, Was it because I asked questions about the school site council and the ELAC budget, or was it because I was asking questions about the SIP in community schools? The list can go on. I have addressed that situation, but I see another colleague at the same site being targeted. We are seniors. I get it. But if you look at how much you pay me, you can have a good laugh. Because a lot of my time is free. And I work hard to bring programs to EA Hall and the district, like the CAP program and other things. The atmosphere that has been created at our site is to target the seniors, senior veteran teachers, and it needs to be addressed. It's cruel, it's nasty, and I'm asking you, please, honor the seniority contract. Honor the poster of kindness. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Superintendent Contreras, President Turley, and trustees. My name is Eileen Shea. Tonight I'd like to talk about chronic absenteeism, not just as a statistic, but as a measure of whether we're providing students with the support they need to succeed. According to the California dashboard, approximately 25.6% of our TK8 students are chronically absent, compared with the 17.1% statewide. That means roughly 1 out of every 4 students at Pajaro Valley Unified is missing at least 10% of the school year. The dashboard also identifies students with disabilities and socioeconomically disadvantaged students as groups needing improvement in chronic absenteeism. These are some of the most vulnerable students, and they require consistent, school-based support to stay engaged and successful. At the same time, our district has reduced school psychologists, counselors, and other support staff while relying more heavily on outside providers. Community partnerships can be valuable, but they cannot replace the daily relationships, immediate interventions, and collaboration that school-based professionals provide. If improving attendance is truly a district priority, then our staffing decisions should reflect that priority. It is difficult to understand how reducing the very professionals who help students overcome barriers to attend school will provide the outcomes the state is asking us to address. So I have this question for you. How do these staffing decisions help Pajaro Valley Unified School District reduce chronic absenteeism and meet its accountability goals? Our students deserve more than recognizing the problem. They deserve investments that match our priorities. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Contreras, and public and everybody else in attendance. My name is Silvia Alba Bañuelos. I worked for PVUSD for 40 years from '85, and I retired last year in '25. I am a longtime resident of Watsonville, and graduated from Watsonville High School, as did my husband and 3 children. I have invested many years in PVUSD and in my community. With all due respect, I'm here to protest the removal of redwood, sorry, it makes me cry, and oak trees from Ansoldo. My family and I live behind Ansoldo and have seen more than 30 trees cut down over the past 2 summers. This is the number of trees cut down just at Ansoldo, and it is my understanding that more trees are being cut at other schools. During a time when we should all be concerned with global warming, and why are so many trees being cut? Trees are important to the environment, positively impacting the well-being of children, staff, the community, and especially wildlife. During the heat wave this past March, I saw many children and staff finding refuge under the shade of the redwood trees that were next to the side of my house. I understand some of the trees were compromising the sewer and water lines, and for those reasons, they had to be removed, but I don't understand why all the trees were cut. Were the roots messing up all the sewer and water lines? I saw 2 oak trees yesterday being cut from the middle of the field. I don't understand that one. It is too late for the beautiful trees at Ansoldo, but I do hope that PVUSD will look at options before cutting more trees at other campuses. And I know my time is up, so thank you.
All right, hello again. I just want to let you guys know that yesterday the National Education Association posted on their social media that the average teacher spends between $500 and $900 of their own money on classroom supplies every year. So far this summer, I've already made 2 trips to Dollar Tree and 1 to Target, and I've spent more than $120 on composition books, glue sticks, markers, pencils, and other basic supplies that my students need. While we send home supply lists, many families can't afford everything. Like so many educators, I buy these materials myself because I want every student to have what they need to succeed. There are hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of consultant contracts on tonight's agenda, so I know there's money that would be better spent on our students. Please bring back the annual Palace classroom budget. I also want to briefly address negotiations. Mediation is confidential, but it's important for the board to know that the information you're receiving from the superintendent is only one side of the story. The biggest obstacle to reaching an agreement is the district's insistence on a benefits cap. Remember that we're negotiating retroactive for a contract that began in 2025-26, so obviously the benefits can't be changed for last year. The superintendent has already stated at a board meeting on June 17th that there will be no changes to health and welfare benefits for this coming school year. That means that everything right now is hinging on the 3rd year of the contract, 27-28. Which the CBO has already budgeted using current insurance costs into the district's 3-year projections. Our bargaining team has repeatedly said that we're willing to work collaboratively through the benefits committee to discuss future cost-saving measures. As long as we're stuck on this issue in this round of negotiations, we can't move forward on the conversations that matter the most to our students: class size, special education supports, kindergarten instructional aid time, and other working and learning conditions. We want to begin this school year focused on our students, not prolonged negotiations or strike preparation. Though we've entered fact-finding, we can still negotiate, but the ball is in Kit and Heather's court. I would personally like to ask the board to please push the districts to have the team reach out to us so that we can come back to the table and really start this year focusing on what's most important.
Thank
our
you.
students.
We did have one card come in a little late, and he's wondering if he could speak. Bobby Marchessault. But we still have Chris Webb also.
If
that
not,
we
I'll
already
speak to
called.
4.1 instead, if you'd rather. That'd be better? Go ahead. All right, cool. Pull it for 4.1. I thought it was a 6 o'clock meeting. I raced down here when I realized it. Got in just as Bill was starting. Hi, everybody. Good to see you all. Bobby Marchessault. I am the VP of the Committee on Political Education for PVFT. And I wanted to take a moment to just bring up, we know that by its very nature, our jobs are political because we're all voted in, and this, affects our jobs and our schools. And that being the case, there are some seats up, and we are beginning our endorsement process. So those of you who are sitting here, hopefully, if you didn't see my email, please, if you're running check, I did send an email about our process. And I did want to publicly say, anybody who is thinking of running, please reach out to PVFT and myself so that we can include you in our process and have a fair process moving forward. Looking forward to the season ahead, looking forward to working with you all. Just wanted to make that known to you and to everybody out there. So thanks, look forward to the meeting tonight.
Good evening. One of the last meetings, a now retired High teacher expressed disappointment with you, Trustee Flores, and it's some disappointment that I kind of share. I remember when you were first running, I was hopeful because you realized the water issue of Renaissance, and I had real hopes that would be resolved. It's unfortunate it took so long, but I do appreciate that finally that seems to be theoretically resolved. I think we should reflect on why it is that something happened, right? Something happened between the time you were a candidate and the way you've served. And I feel like it's most starkly seen with Trustee Turley, actually. But I think the board should reflect on what is happening with people between the time they run and the way they actually serve. I think one of the things I was listening to at the Effective School Boards training last summer was thinking like, okay, they want you to meet with the soup before each meeting. And I would say, okay, that's fine. But you should also basically spend the same time with the union as well. And I think because we haven't done that, that's part of why our decision-making has gotten so askew. But thank you for finally coming through for Renaissance. I think what we really need to now is get back to the structures and systems of Model Renaissance. I know when we lost that, there were several key indicators that showed trouble, right? In 21-22, one student, she didn't like perish, but she left with medical services a couple times due to substances. And then in 22-23, my own vehicle would be vandalized. And then in 23-24, a gun comes, right? And then all these times, these situations are escalating, and the entire time the lesson I took from it was that there is no bottom line. Like, I fully thought when I left that school that kid who brought the gun, he could have shot me, his first period teacher, and then I don't even know if anything would have come to change things. So I think we need to get back to structures that work, stakeholder informed, and also let's have bottom lines. Because right now, I think the way we're operating with PMS, I'm worried the same thing is going to happen. Do right, change admin there. Thank you.
Was that the last one? Okay. That moves us on to 3.2, public comment on agenda items. If you want to speak now on something that's on the agenda, so you don't have to wait until it comes up, now is your opportunity. And for those who have turned in cards, how many did you have? Doesn't look like all that many. Okay, go ahead and call. Okay, change 3-2. Okay. Okay, so we're 7. Go ahead and call.
I have Michael Gatona, Donovan Diaz, Blanca Martinez, Brianna Guerrero, Chris Webb, Destiny Tiledego, I'm sorry if I said that wrong, and Dr. Baraza.
Oh, thank you.
Good evening, more. My name is Blanca Martinez, and I am here tonight as a proud parent, volunteer, and community member to express my support for item 7.7, the proposed MOU between PVUSD and Central Coast FC. As a parent and a team manager, I have seen firsthand the difference youth sports can make in a child's life. Soccer has given my daughter so much more than the opportunity to play a game. It has helped her build confidence, develop friendships, learn responsibility, and become part of a community that encourages teamwork, respect, and perseverance. As a volunteer for Central Coast FC, I have also had the privilege of watching so many local children grow both on and off the field. I've watched families from different backgrounds come together to cheer on one another and build lasting relationships. Those experiences are invaluable. I believe this partnership is a win for everyone. It provides a safe, centralized place for children to play while ensuring the district's programs remain the priority. As someone who volunteers my time to the community and someone who cares deeply about our youth, I truly believe that investing in opportunities like this is an investment in our children's future. I respectfully ask the board to approve this MOU and continue supporting partnerships that invest in the health, the development, and the success of our youth. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Good evening. My name is Destiny Dalo Martinez. I am 14 years old and I attend PVUSD Lakeview Middle School. I'm here to ask you to please approve agenda item 7.7. Soccer has been a big part of my life. It has taught me more and made a lot and given me the confidence I once didn't have. Soccer is just not a sport. It's a place where you build friendship and become like family. Approving this item will help us preserve something and that has meaningful and lasting impact in all of us. Thank you.
My name is Michael Catona. I'm 10 years old. I love soccer. My whole family is big on soccer. It has made me stronger, more confident, and taught me how to be a good teammate, captain, and a good person. But most of all, soccer has given me a second family, my coach, editor, and teammates. They believe in me, support me, and push me to be my best. I'm so grateful for that. I live with my amazing mom who works extra hard so I can chase my dreams. She makes so many sacrifices to give me opportunity. And I want to make her proud. Approval of agenda item 7.7 will help families stay in soccer by making it affordable, so moms don't need to work extra hours. Every kid deserves to play the most beautiful sport in the world. Thank you.
My name is Donovan Diaz. I'm 10 years old. I go to Starlight Elementary School and I love soccer. My dad is a coach and because of CCFC, we get to share something really special together. CCFC has given me many opportunities like making new friends, traveling to tournaments in other states and even internationally, and learning things I never thought I could. These experiences have helped me grow as both as a player and a person. I've bonded more with my dad, have a soccer family, and made memories I'll never forget. And most of all, I have so much fun every day I step on the field. Agenda item 7.7 will make these opportunities possible for more students and PVUSD to also have a place to feel safe, create memories, and have fun. Thank you.
Can you tell me your name one more time? I'm sorry, young man who was just here. What's your name? Donovan Diaz, thank you.
Hello, my name is Brianna Guerrero, and I am part of the coaching staff at Central Coast. I started off, playing soccer. I was born and raised here, and, backing up what they've been saying, obviously I already lived through that, right? Growing up, I didn't know all the opportunities that I could have had. Soccer gave me an opportunity. It gave me a second home. It gave me new friends. It gave me family. And, as a student before, right, and a young person, young athlete, most of us, we go through a lot of struggles that we don't want to share with our parents, things that we don't want to share with anybody, things that we want to keep to ourselves. And, I was one of those, right? There's a point in life where I didn't know what was my purpose in life. I didn't want to be in this world, right? And being able to play a sport, playing soccer, it gave me that hope. It gave me confidence within myself. It gave me a new purpose in life. It was, a different route, right? But it gave me something that I never thought I could have. And growing up, being in a small community, we don't see those opportunities as much because, parents don't have the funds to support us all the time. They have other responsibilities. They have more kids to provide for. And being able to be in a community where a lot of the parents, they help each other out. They understand each other, give each other, the other students, the other athletes, a chance to be part of something bigger than themselves. Nothing can ever beat that, right? And being able to experience something great like that, being able to go to college, being able to graduate from college, being able to have a career now, something I never would have thought would have had and completed if you were to ask me 10 years ago from now. And now being part of a coaching staff, being able to be part of a great, club, being able to give me the opportunity, I want nothing more than to provide these kids more than what I could have had. Right? I want to give them more. I've been through it all. Give them the experience, share them what I went through, make them better than what I was before. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Lourdes, I'm going to pause for just one moment, if you don't mind. How many people in the room are here supporting 7.7, the MOU with Central Coast Football? Yeah, thank you. And how many people are in the room who are here to support 7.8 Pajaro Valley Little League? No. Okay. Michael and Donovan, you have convinced me that we absolutely need to move forward. I appreciate you coming up and speaking so eloquently to us. And I wonder if anyone would like to make a motion to approve at this time 7.7, 7.8, so we can move on and folks can go have dinner or whatever they need to do.
Go ahead, Dan.
Trustee Dodge?
I'd like to make a motion to move up 7.7 and 7.8.
To handle right now?
Yes.
Not move up, but to do right now?
Yes. To vote on.
Clarification, move to suspend the rules, then we do that.
Will you do the suspension part and let him make sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would like to move to suspend the rules, so that way we could
Approve agenda items 7.7, 7.8 right now.
Okay, is there a second? I see Trustee Navarro making a second.
Is this when we ask questions?
If you'd like to ask questions, you should ask it. I'm sorry, I should have opened that up.
Do we have anybody to answer questions on the language for the?
Isn't it? Oh.
I just have questions on the language. So my clarification is on the MOU. I believe I read that Central Coast CCFC would have priority over the field. I just want clarification on that.
So how it works is the school will always have first priority. So if there's something that supersedes Central Coast and what they're happening is always the school first, and then it goes to the Central Coast.
Okay.
point of order, y'all. We're not supposed to do this without that motion that was in place, because we're violating the Brown Act. So if we could approve this and move to that item, then you could ask your question.
So you're asking just to approve the motion to suspend and then get to this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because that motion's
Okay.
on the floor, and I don't want a Brown Act
All right,
violation on that.
so you have the motion to suspend. Trustee Dodge Jr., will you second?
Yes, second.
Okay, all those in favor of suspending the rules so we can address 7.7 and 7.8 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
One, two, three, That looks to me like 6001. Okay. Now, let's
So going
continue
back
that.
to the question of, so first priority is the school, and then the second priority would be the league. Okay, how did we go about to making that decision?
That's in the MOU. And usually when it's facilities use agreements for our fields, which are public properties,
Yeah.
that is how that just goes. It's a standard practice.
Okay, do we know how many, students are part of this league?
I don't know that answer, no.
Do we know how many girls are part of this league?
I do not know that answer either. We don't usually, when someone's, yeah.
Just a point of information, is someone allowed from the club to speak, possibly to answer these questions, or is that something not allowable?
No, we wouldn't be able to do that. However, I could bring information back. Typically, we don't ask. We might ask how many people are going to be on the field or like that, but we wouldn't really ask gender questions.
Okay, so, and my other question was, I read in the MOU that there would be possibilities for PVUSD students to have free or partial enrollment to the league, which is awesome. My question is, how many is completely free? How many are partial? And students in general. And the only reason why I'm asking, I obviously do support the soccer community. I am a soccer player myself. My concerns are that if we give priority to one league that has a small amount of students who do not give as many financial opportunities to all players, and there is a league that is majority male, and there are other leagues that have more students, and there's more opportunities for girls, and there's more scholarships. Those are my only concerns. Why do I say that? I grew up in this community where a lot of the fields, they lack. And a lot of the fields are run by men and older men in younger leagues. I ask these questions because I want there to be an equal opportunity for all students. One, who do not have the financial ability to pay for these. Two, for girls to also have opportunities on these fields. And three, for there to be, my other question was if this is a recreational league or if this is a traveling team, because there's a difference. So those were my questions going forward. I want to support this, I will support this, but I do have some concerns.
Thank you. Any other trustees? I'm so sorry to leave you standing there, but.
Yeah, so there's FIFA fever going on. I get it. Everybody want to play soccer. I want to play soccer. So I really like this idea. I think we are going to get a lot more interest now, especially since, the U.S. made it to the round 16, I think, and then they got eliminated. Mexico did really good, but let's not get into it right now. And I actually would, because right now it's stated for EA Hall, correct? Is there a way to possibly extend that out to Pajaro Middle School and Hall Elementary School? Because I know it's so hard for many of my parents to go get transportation. The bus is consistently late. It's like on a 1.5 hour schedule. They don't get to practice on time. So just to have more equity in terms of access to fields, would that be a possible thing that we could amend within the contract to see if we could explore extending it out to Pajaro Middle School and Hall Elementary School?
So for these types of agreements, people are coming to us with, we want to hold our practices here or our games or that kind of thing. So it's their vision or what they know work for them, and it's just us letting our field be rented, so to speak. So I don't know if the league is interested in doing that. Maybe they are.
Is the league interested? I mean, can we propose that to them?
We can work on those things.
Okay.
We do have, through our after-school programs, those kinds of opportunities for our students, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I just, if it's working out and it's giving more students opportunities, I'm totally for it. So, thank you.
Okay, so now we're back to dealing with 7.7 and 7.8. We could do them individually, we could do them together. Who would like to make a motion to move forward on
I'd like
those?
to make the motion, we do them individually.
Okay, and would you like to make a motion? Oh, okay. I don't think we need to do a motion on that, we'll just take it separate. So if you want to make a motion on 7.7, go ahead.
I just like to make a motion for we approve 7.7.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, that looks like 6001 to me. Anybody want to make a motion on 7.8, Pajaro Valley Little League MOU?
I'd like to make a motion to approve 7.8 for PBLL.
Okay, and a second from trustee Navarro. All those in favor signify by saying aye. That also is looking like 6001. Okay, both of those passed. Thank you very much. I am so sorry for this.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Barraza. I'm from Area 5, and I am going to talk about 5.1 and 5.2. You cannot surveil or police your way out of societal problems. You're not dealing with the problems of individuals at schools. You are dealing with society problems, such as poverty, being disconnected from community, dealing with trauma. You're not going to solve these problems with punitive measures. Society is not meeting the needs of these young people, and you're trying to use SROs to fix that. One of my issues is that I have been talking or asking Dr. Contreras for over a year now for guidelines, and I just got them not that long ago, asked a bunch of questions. I didn't get my questions answered. And my concerns is that the MOU is vague about situations SROs can be involved in. Nowhere in the MOU does it state that a parent should always be present when an SRO is questioning a minor student. Asking a student if they want their parent there is not an option. We know this because their brain is not developed. We know that they would get scared and they would say no, and they might do the wrong thing. That's not an appropriate question to ask. It also does not state that SRO position is required to exist only if SROs are partnered with mental health clinician, which I believe most of you were not there when this happened, maybe just dodged. But at that time, it was the parents specifically said that they would like them only if they were paired with a clinician, not by themselves. That was made very clear, and that's the reason why that board approved it. It also does not state how the SROs will collaborate with others on campus. Oh, going back to what I was saying about the clinicians. So I'm wondering what's going to happen now that all the clinicians have been released. So that's why I was bringing that up. It does not say how SROs will collaborate with others on campus. I know that when Barrios was on campus, the SRO there was refusing to cooperate with them. And if it's true that restorative justice is the main goal, then the SRO's cooperation with mentoring groups on campus needs to be clearly stated. So what I wanted to know is, what is going to happen now that clinicians have been eliminated? And I really think you guys should bring this to parents to discuss.
Yes, I'd like to speak on 7.36, the Lozano-Smith contract. I've had the honor of facing some of these people across the negotiations table, and I was not too impressed. I would remind people that just because you may be a lawyer, it doesn't mean you know education. And some of these things that they're specifically advising you on, I think you've been getting bad advice. Like board relations, right? I think one of the problems over on the North Korean side, they have this problem too, where they over-focus on just, instead of really working with people, they do more of well, we're gonna do whatever we can legally get away with. And that's a recipe to basically stop funding students and start funding litigation. And we should be focused on collaboration. And the PVFT wants to do that, the teachers wanna do that, that's best practice. I don't think we should do this contract. I think this group is a negative influence. I think I'm finding out from my colleague, who some people here didn't even know, who's been in the union for a long time, is Kirkman, Roddy, right? And now she's at the state level. This group is a negative influence across the state, it may be the country. So I don't think we should have them. Also, for 7.35, there's something that just bothers me about the fact that my total compensation bill for the year is less than what this dude got in 6 months, Mr. McGuire. So that just bothers me. Also, one of the things he said at SSA was that if we can't do the Renaissance thing, we can't do anything. Well, that Renaissance decision was so flawed that if you really think that's a good decision, you shouldn't. Anyone who thinks that was a good decision is basically unfit. Like you have not done the due diligence to make proper decisions. On 733, I think we should hold off on that one until we get, there might be changes come November in cabinet. So I think we should maybe hold off. And also the training that we need for site admin and cabinet is on CRE. We need to get back to that. Thank you.
That moves us to 4.1 PVFT. Any public speakers to this item?
Yeah, I'm speaking for the union. Okay, can I start? Okay. I'll wait for them to start. Can I start? Yeah. Okay. Good evening, board members, cabinet, and community. My name is Ian Licata. I'm a teacher at Diamond Tech, the PVFT VP of Charter, and I serve on our negotiations and benefits committees. Above all, I'm proudly served students of this district for the past 13 years. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. When I joined our negotiation team this summer in mediation, I truly hoped we could start the school year with a clean slate, not just for us as educators, but for our entire community. We didn't go to the table just asking for a raise. We went there fighting for the whole picture. Yes, a fair raise without a benefits cap is vital so teachers can actually afford to live in the communities we serve. But that must go hand in hand with the critical classroom resources and student supports we've been pushing for all year. This isn't just about a contract, it's about the health of our entire school ecosystem. We hope by reaching an agreement in mediation, we could start healing the division that has grown over the past year between the district, our teachers, parents, and students. Instead, mediation failed because the district refused to take a healthcare cap off the table. Even with the proposed salary increases, this cap represents a massive net pay cut for most of our members, and there is simply no way we can agree to it. So now we're headed into formal fact-finding. This is the final legal phase before the district can try to impose its final offer and, if we do not agree, clear the path for a strike. If we are forced to walk out, it will be the first PVUSD teacher strike since 1973. Yes, there was a strike in this district before. Over 50 years ago, our predecessors stood their ground for the exact same reasons: better salaries and working conditions. We love our jobs and our students, but if the district continues its pursuit of the unfair, unnecessary, and unreasonable proposal to abandon their commitments to provide for the health and well-being of our teachers, they will leave us no choice. We aren't alone in this. Over the past year, dozens of California districts have faced major labor disputes, including historic strikes in San Francisco, where educators fought to get the fully funded benefits we already have. Just look at Santa Cruz City Schools. A few years ago, their educators took a raise in exchange for cutting benefits. Now, many of those teachers are saddled with massive out-of-pocket costs, and some have actually moved to PVUSD because even though our base pay is considerably lower, our total compensation is better. It is one thing to provide lower salaries than neighboring districts, but maintain good benefits. Take away the good benefits, and it would no longer permit any economic justification to come here or to stay. The current proposal by the district promises a massive exodus of PVUSD's best and brightest. The current benefits package is the one economic advantage that helps us retain many of the great teachers we have. Let's look at the facts that are bound to come up in fact-finding. The state budget features a record funding and a 4.3% super COLA. Locally, PVUSD has a certified 3-year budget and over $50 million sitting in the reserves right now. So why are we battling over basic health care protections? Those of us who have been here a while know this familiar pattern all too well. The district claims the sky is falling, but by the end of the year, they magically end up with a massive reserve far above the required minimum. They consistently finish the year with way more money than they project. Meanwhile, our classified colleagues in CSEA reached a fair agreement for a raise without cuts to their benefits. PVFT members deserve the same respect. If you zoom out a bit, the real issue here is bigger than just our benefits and budget. We need to work together, union, district, and state, in the coming years to make healthcare reform and revisions to the school funding formula top priorities. Let's call it what it is. We wouldn't be in this position if the insurance giants and healthcare corporations weren't allowed to jack up our rates by 10% every single year. They are taking our money. This fight is about healthcare, but it's also about our classrooms and how we prioritize our students. This board recently approved cuts equivalent to 100 full-time positions, slashing special education staff, mental health clinicians, and counselors. As you discuss the SRO renewal tonight, let's be clear. SROs are just one piece of a much larger safety puzzle. That puzzle has to include our counselors, mental health workers, teachers, and campus supervisors, many of whom we just lost in recent layoffs. We urge this board to ensure that both certificated and classified staff are active partners in those safety conversations. Public funds belong in our classrooms and for our student-facing personnel first and foremost, not spent on endless consulting fees and more high-paying administrative roles in the towers. In our contract campaign, we are standing our ground to protect that entire ecosystem of our schools. That means lowering class sizes, securing instructional aids for our kindergarten classes, reducing special ed caseloads, and establishing a case management prep period, raising salaries so we can actually afford to live where we teach while fully protecting our health and benefits. One last thing. If we never forget the fundamental truth to education, our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. I have more of that.
And that moves us to 4.2, CSEA. Are there any public comments? Okay. I ended up with it on my script. All right, we'll take that off next time. Hello.
Sorry, I was having a good conversation with her. All righty. Good evening, Board, President Turley, trustees, Superintendent Contreras, colleagues, members of our community. My name is Ashley Oro Flowers, and I have the honor of serving as president of CSEA Chapter 132. Before I begin, I'd like to ask that we pause for a brief moment in silence in memory of two members of our PVUSD family that tragically lost their lives. Janelle Ogwin, attendance specialist, and Herlindo Rocha Vargas, district painter. Their dedication, smile, kindness, and service touched countless of students, families, and colleagues. Their legacy will live on through the lives they impacted. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. I'd also like to begin with gratitude and congratulations to our very own Veronica Moran on her appointment as executive assistant to the superintendent. Veronica has always represented the very best of CSEA through her professionalism, integrity, and heart. While we will miss her as a member and one of our own, we know she'll continue to serve the district with excellence. Veronica, we're proud of you, and we hope that you continue your journey and are supported and are valued in the new role that you took. As I look around the room tonight, I'm reminded that leadership isn't only defended by the decisions we make, it's also defined and defended by our presence. I can't help but notice cabinet is not here. That's a hard pill to swallow. I also notice that during seasons of uncertainty, employees notice exactly who shows up, exactly who cares. They notice who listens, they notice who is willing to sit, and they notice who is willing to do the work through difficult conversations. As we continue navigating challenging budget realities, I recognize every decision carries tremendous responsibility and weight. But I also hope we continue to ask ourselves whether our investments truly reflect the value we say we hold. Our classified employees continue to carry an extraordinary load. Attendance specialists are helping families through crisis. Office assistants are the heartbeat of our school sites. Administrative secretaries keep entire departments moving forward. And healthcare assistants are now being stretched across multiple campuses, leaving some schools without dedicated medical support several days out of each week. For a student who needs insulin, experiences a seizure, suffers an asthma attack, or simply needs immediate medical attention, this is not just a staffing challenge or a budget challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a student safety issue. The people closest to our students should never be the easiest to reduce and replace. There was a time when we spoke often about our LMI initiative, which is Labor Management Initiative. We talked about partnership, collaboration, solving problems before they became crisis. Our PV Labor Management Committee hasn't met since May 19th. That isn't just a missed meeting, it's a missed investment that we spent money on. It's an investment in relationships. It's a missed investment in trust. An investment in the people who dedicate their lives to serving this district means something. Sometimes people ask me why I continue to show up and advocate so passionately. This is my home. The truth is, every hour I spend preparing for meetings, board meetings, researching contracts, looking at MOUs, responding to member concerns, standing at this podium, it's an hour and a minute I could have been doing what I love most. Serving students, supporting families, and loving on my own amazing babies. But I'm here. Ask me if I feel like my time is wasted or my life is wasted or my energy is wasted. Not for 1 second. Every conversation that leads to a safer school, every employee who feels heard, every family who feels supported, every student who has a greater opportunity to thrive reminds me why this work matters. CSEA would genuinely welcome the opportunity to continue those conversations. Dr. Contreras. Thank you.
That moves us to 4.3, CWA, Communication Workers of America. Anybody here representing them today? That moves us on to 5.1, approve the Santa Cruz Sheriff Office School Resource Officers Contract out. AHS.
And that is a report given by me. You've seen the presentations, and so now this is coming back to you for approval.
Are there public comments on this item?
Yes.
We have 8. So I'll call you 8 speakers. I have Emily Helbig, Chris Webb, Edgar Ibarra Gutierrez, Aaron Johnson, Kristen Hurley, Omar Dieguez, Bobby Marchesalt, and Mads Romuto.
All right, hello again. I'm really struggling to understand the district's priorities. Last year, you laid off 15 counselors and eliminated every mental health clinician. And tonight, you're prepared to approve contracts for school resource officers. Somehow, you found money for law enforcement, but not for mental health. You don't create safe schools by cutting the adults that help kids cope with grief, trauma, anxiety, and depression. You create safe schools by investing in them. If safety is truly the goal, then stop treating mental health as unimportant. If you can fund these SROs, then you can fund mental health clinicians and socio-emotional counselors. The question isn't about whether you have the money and the money exists. It's really about what you value. Thank you.
I think you should vote this one down, at least until the sheriff's office fulfills their word to this community, which was that they would pay for this. That was years ago. That was the promise, and they never delivered. So I think this should be totally, they said money wasn't an issue. Well, for us, money is an issue. So how about this, for this agency where money is no issue, why don't they pay for their own people? Especially because, you know, we can't do everything. we can do anything, but we can't do everything. And I don't think we should do this, especially because the way we're trying to do it now, theoretically, with no mental health clinicians is basically a violation of the social contract that this body, maybe not you guys exactly, or some of you, but like it predates some people, I understand that, but that was the commitment. So there was paired. And that was actually, even though I'm like a little bit leery of the whole thing, it was a pretty good argument, right? And you were seeing that with agencies, municipal agencies across the country. I was like, well, that's, if you're gonna do it like that, that's a pretty caring way to do it. It's hard for me to dispute that, but now you're going away from that. So now it's really easy for me to say, heck no, especially because I think also of like in negotiations, I advocating for people's personal property and everything being protected. When my car was stabbed, like I wanted the district pay me the $25 to repair that tire. They wouldn't at the time, and then they don't even want to give me, they don't even want to honor that at all. Basically, the message of the district now is, kids, if you mess with the teacher's car, they should just call the cops. So we should just escalate the school to prison pipeline. And I think that's also what you're going to do with the way you have SROs, because there's going to be some parent who comes in and like their kid was legitimately harmed. And then instead of having a normal restorative justice process, they're just going to be like, oh, well, you got the SRO, right? Bring them up on charges. And there we go down the school to prison pipeline. So I consider the SRO thing basically like a lazy man's approach, and that we should do better, actually invest in structures and systems that work. Thank you.
Good evening, Mads Rolito, parent. I'm going to address just two concerns. One, to what Chris was just talking about. I was looking at contracts and just curious what other schools are paying. And I was looking at the SoCal High contract, and they are only reimbursing at 50% rather than 75%. So when you look at the contracts, they're almost identical, other than the fact that they're only paying $100,000 a year, and we're paying $147,000 for the same number of hours. So I'm just curious why we should be paying that much more. And this is one contract that I looked at. Numbers ahead up quickly. So if we can find a way to spend more time on contracts and finding these kinds of numbers, we can find lots of money really quickly that can solve other issues. So I would urge you to look at that. And that was me spending 20 minutes on Google. The second thing I want to address is the broader concern around mental health and how that ties into this as well. I don't know that the community has seen a real plan for how you are planning to account for the fact that we won't have mental health clinician partners that are full-time in school, and how you're going to address that in the appropriate way. And so, again, trust is low right now. A great way to build trust with the community would be to really share in detail what that means. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. My name is Edgar Ibarra Gutierrez. I'm with the National Center for Youth Law. I'm a community policy associate. Really just want to uplift the fact that, again, if the district's in itself in a financial crisis and we're willing to just give money to a law enforcement agency, just like that, flippantly, like they have one of the biggest budgets in the county. Facts. And their approach is not trauma-informed, culturally relevant. They are not bringing a healing-informed approach when they're dealing with young people. They deal with adults in different crises and different situations, and specifically when we're talking about the sheriff's department. So really wanting to urge y'all to say no to this, but also incorporate and make sure that, if you're gonna have a law enforcement officer in school, that young people are afforded the knowledge to know their rights. There's SB 203, Youth Miranda Rights, that passed in 2022, that affords young people a public defender as soon as they're getting a custodial interrogation. Sometimes school districts bypass that by posing as the questionnaire in front of a law enforcement officer, leading to self-incrimination of a young person. Everyone has rights to due process. Everyone, including our young people. And everyone knows that young folks are more vulnerable when pressured by authority figures. So really wanting to uplift the fact that this is the trajectory you're gonna go, balance it out in some form or way by letting young folks know their rights. And their parents need to know that the young people know their rights. Really enforce that palabra.
I always like do the wrong numbers and then it's just my bad. So 5.1, man, vote no. Vote no. Our classified employees can do this work. Pay our campus security safety officers more money. They are retired police officers. They're retired sheriffs. Did you know that, board members? Our campus security officers are retired police force members, former Marines, former Army, former sheriffs. We are worth this money. Pay them more, let them show up, and guess what? Our amazing people are trauma informed. Our amazing people create amazing relationships with our students. They actually become part of the family. We love our kids. Let us do the work that these contracts say they'll do, but they don't. Put your money and invest your money, our money, my money, into our community and our people. And I promise you, you will see enrollment rise. You will see happy students. You will see less, and if not none, families up here crying because they're scared. When people feel supported, heard, and loved, amazing things happen. Hear me now and put it into play. Dr. Contreras, you have the power to make these decisions and make them well. I promise you, the personnel at PVUSD are the type of people that you want. Veronica, she's the type of people you want. Thank you.
Hi guys, Kristen Hurley here. I'll be super quick. Thank you guys for all the work you do for the students and families and community and PVUSD. So I'm here to say, please do renew these contracts for SRO. It was like last year and the year before and however long. I'm here time again to say that the general public and the community in this district really does appreciate the competent security on campus for our kids there, the high school. So I'm in strong support of you guys renewing the contracts, and thank you for being here.
Hello. Thank you, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, for all you guys do. I actually thought this was a really good idea earlier, but I just wanted to take a moment of silence for Gerardo, Serbia. So if you guys would join me in that. I guess I was here last at the board meeting last year for the SRO vote. And I think my only question to the community, because you guys represent the community, would be how much is a son or daughter's life worth? I'm sure Gerardo's parents would happily pay for an SRO to be on the campuses. That's it.
Good evening, board. Pretty sure I know how this vote's going to go, but I am always compelled to get up and say something regardless. The answer to the question of how much a life is worth is obviously it's invaluable. The question is, does the solution that we are putting money into actually make us safer, or does it make us feel safer? It is unfortunate that there was a tragedy that has been used to bring this back. At that time, the sheriff's department, we're talking about right now, unfortunately made some incorrect statements, our sheriff at the time, that was not accurate, that was not appropriate, about the nature of what happened. It was mental health related, in my understanding, and that's what we're getting rid of. Because of that, there was an outcry, and we put SROs back on, but with mental health clinicians. I would like a very clear answer to if that is going to continue. I'm hearing it's not, but I maybe missed it in the, the given blah, blah, blah. So I'd like a clear answer on that. I was part of the committee that oversaw the pilot to that. There came a vote as to whether or not that should come out of pilot or not, and become a process. It barely passed to become part, and that was with the vote of the sheriff and their head, and the police officer and their head. So what that tells me is your community said this needed more time. And now, not only are we not adhering to what we asked, we're getting rid of that potential mental health clinician. That's not okay. There was a comment made that the survey speaks clearly. I disagree on a few levels. One of those being it's always been problematic how we give it. And I will be honest. I should have filled it out. I didn't this time. And part of it is I was busy. There's a lot going on, but also I don't trust it anymore. I know what's picked out of them. I see what students are talked to. I know you're going to pass it, but here's what I want to leave you with for now. I'll be back for the PD one, but we shouldn't be paying for this. Public money, the sheriffs hardly, if at all, took a cut this year, while every other department did, and now we're going to give money back to the sheriff.
Thank you.
Have them provide this person fully.
Law enforcement is fully funded. They have tons of money to fund themselves and to do this job, but we don't want them in our schools. What happened to community programs? What happened to conflict resolution? What happened to Ghana's gang alternative north and south? What happened to healing circles? What happened to, where are the policies that protect our students from the school board? There has to be a policy on how these, if they're gonna be on campus, how these law enforcement are gonna be on campus, and how they work with our young people. I was at PB High. I've seen many students being brought into the office without a parent present, they're minors, and being cited and being stuck in the court system for over a year for stuff that was happening off of campus. I go to court with these young people. I see how they get involved and dragged into the legal system. I'm still going to court. It's been over a year with one of my youth. I'm still going to court. He still has to be on probation and all that stuff over something that he had no control over. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He wasn't even part of the incident that happened, but he's in the court system, and that SRO came on campus and cited him without a parent. Where are the policies that are going to protect our students? I talked to Christopher Clark, our sheriff, and he asked me, what is the problem? And I said, they're being cited without parents, they're minors. And he promised me that he was not gonna let that happen, but that promises don't need to come from the sheriff, they need to come from the school district. That they're gonna protect our students in every way they can. We need to bring back our mental health counselors. We need to bring back more community organized organizations on campus. We need to bring back healing circles. It takes a community to solve this issue.
That's the last comment card on 5.1. Are there any board questions or comments?
I have some questions. How much will the Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office contribute to this contract?
They're contributing 25%.
And then will the mental health commission be a part of this contract?
That's going to be up to the board to decide what model what you want to do with that.
Today?
Yeah, it's not, we didn't bring that forward. We're working with a variety of different partners, PVPSA, County Behavioral Health, to bring counseling services to our school sites. So if the board wants to look at doing any kind of pairing, then we would need to have that discussion, and I could bring forward a model.
So the pairing would be through an organization, it wouldn't be through us like it was the per year.
All right, let's go to the next slide. So oh yeah, go ahead and open that. All right, cool. So it's split in two, but I'm going to focus on 5.1, which is the first half. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, so the contract that we're looking at right now is Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office, SRO. And I did find some problems because the current document leaves important questions about costs, county funding, student rights, complaints, and mental health clinician partnerships. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. One thing that really stuck out to me is from 2025 to 2026 school year, it was $146,000. But in this proposed MOU, we're seeing $166,000, which is an increase of $19,588.92, or about 13.3%. County personnel cost is $211,000, while PVUSD is paying 75% at $158,000. And we're also paying for vehicle charge. Can you lower that a little bit? We're essentially paying for their vehicles. And the packet does not explain what additional services or accountability PVUSD negotiated for this higher rate. We didn't get that information, so let's go to the next slide. County funding could preserve school mental health services. So PVUSD will pay 75% of the deputy's personal costs plus the full listed vehicle charge. And the packet does not show whether PVUSD asked the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors to increase the county contribution. And under Education Code Section 3800E, it encourages districts to compare law enforcement with student support services based on local needs. So the same general fund money could help sustain certified mental health clinicians, school social workers, restorative practice staff, and mentoring and violence prevention services. Let's go to the next slide. The document leave one basic question unanswered. So the original sheriff's contract program rules are also called Attachment B, and then Amendment number 2 cancels Attachments A and B, and then a separate 5-page 2026 SRO agreement. This is unsigned, so the packet does not clearly state which rules control when the document in conflict is actually rendered. So is our contract taking precedent, or is the one that the sheriffs gave us taking precedent? Because it's not clear and you all did not do your due diligence in cross-referencing those documents. Let's go to the next slide. The survey described the team contract does not guarantee. So the May 2026 PVUSD Mental Health Clinician SRO team survey asked students about an SRO working with a mental health clinician. So that means that 78% of students saw value in the SRO, but it lowers when you factor out the SRO to 71.5%. And the original contract agreement required the deputy to work with district mental health clinicians, and the new 5-page agreement only refers generally to working with mental health staff. And it does not clearly require a licensed clinician at Aptos High, a minimum amount of clinician staffing, the clinician to remain in place for the full contract year, and the deputy program to stop if the clinician position is vacant or cut. I'm almost done. I got 10 slides. That's it. Go to the next one. If we could hear other people babble about stuff, you could hear me babble about facts. Named peer-reviewed research supports clear roles. The research interviewed several SROs in one rural, like ours, and suburban school district. And officers often relied on police experience and personal judgment rather than reported evidence-based youth mental health practices. The author warned that an informal
your time,
counselor role
Trustee
can
Medina.
conflict with policy duties and recommend officers work with trained mental health professionals and remain focused on safety and security. I'm gonna ask you to give me more time because this is really important to me. My people are getting hunted down right now by law enforcement, and if you respect the other people that came up and said that they are scared about this, I am their voice, they cannot be here, and I think this data is important. So can I please continue?
I'd like to move on to other trustees so we can hear what. they
I'm
have to
almost
say
done. There's only
about-
3 more slides.
It's time to move
Okay,
on to
let's go to the
something
next
else.
slide.
Sorry.
I'm gonna convey I am a trustee, Trustee Turley, and this is important information. So I'm almost done. I could have been done by now if you had not disrupted me. So can I just please finish?
How much time? 60 seconds?
I have 2 more slides, that's it.
Go fast.
Okay. Section VI of the new agreement says a school staff member must be present when a student is questioned, searched, detained, or cited. The parent or guardian will be notified. The agreement does not say the parent must be notified before questioning begins. The parent has the right to be present, and the school must wait for the parent before questioning. Parent consent is required before questioning. Let's go to the next one. Naming the UCP does not give families a clear complaint process. How students and families will receive notice of the process, where and how a complaint must be filed, who provides an independent review of a complaint involving law enforcement, what complaint results will be reported publicly, and whether information will be provided in English or Spanish. Let's go to my final slide. So these are the safeguards that were left out after 12 months of me and other community members emailing the superintendent. This is a clear violation of her duties to respond to the board when we ask questions. So the 26th proposal from trustee me, not included in 2026 agreement. Board review of each assigned officer, student-led oversight meetings, parent presence before questioning, firm complaint investigation and deadlines, and a 24-hour deadline for recording covered police contacts, and immediate cancellation for rights violations or failure to complete training. 12 months I've been wanting this back on the board, and 12 months we were denied that. That doesn't sound like somebody who wants to be transparent about information.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Other trustees have comments? Questions on this item? Trustee Navarro?
So first of all, I did review the slide decks and the memorandum of understanding in the presentations we've had the last couple of meetings. And I did find a couple of areas that do require further clarification, as Trustee Medina alluded to. And the most important one that I see is specifically having language that states that parents need to be present before students are interrogated. That's a non-negotiable for me. I assume that it's not signed because it hasn't been presented to them yet. So we still have time to make amendments in the language, is that correct?
So in meeting with Sheriff Clark, that agreement is in place.
I understand, but I'd like to see it in writing.
I believe that it is in writing.
I also looked at both.
I mean, and even in
Yeah.
Trustee Medina's presentation, it does state parents will be present.
No.
And it's in our
I
presentation as well.
personally reviewed all the presentations and the information from the last several meetings, and I did not see that in there. So if you could find that and send that to me, but if not, if we can make sure that it's clearly in there. And then secondly, I just want to bring a couple of points. So clearly mental health is something that I care about. And unfortunately, we're comparing the apples to oranges here in regards to the SROs and the mental health clinicians. And the reason for that is that it's not one versus the other. I think they're both important. But the difference is we looked at our mental health clinician program, and it was costing between $200,000 and $270,000 per year per employee for total compensation. And that was not something that we were able to afford for the number of students that were being served. And so that is part of the reason that this board moved to try to find different options in order to be able to provide these supports, but to do it in a way that we could afford. Second of all, the SROs, it's a completely different compensation structure. They are not our employees. We are not responsible for their health benefits, pension, etc. I do have some concerns with Mr. Riomilto's information about SoCal only paying 50%. And so that was something, if that is true, that I think we should go back and renegotiate. Because if it's the same organization for the same schools, we should not be paying 75 and then paying 50. So I would like you to go back and do that, please. Second of all, or next, I think the community has been very clear, and I think the survey data has been very clear, and at least where I live and my constituents have been very clear to me that they support the SRO program. It is not perfect. It is not ideal. I think that we have made a lot of improvements this year as compared to last year by being specific about what they can and cannot be involved in. And they should be, and we actually were provided, I'm pretty sure you were on this email too, Trustee Medina, that we were,
That's your time.
well, he went over, so I'm gonna finish.
I know, but that's.
So.
Give her her time. Give her the time.
I'm gonna finish. Because if we're gonna change the rules for one person, we should change them for everybody.
Then be quick.
So, anyhow, so I'm gonna get back to what I was saying. Great, I lost my train of thought. So, anyhow, they have been very clear. We've made improvements from this year, so they are not, responsible for kids that are tardy, classroom discipline, dress codes, what have you. And the data that we were provided is a handful of citations and arrests at each high school, and actually Aptos had the most. They were all under 10, and some under 5. And they were all for serious violations, including having knives and guns on campus, selling drugs, and assault and battery. So I think those were all actually appropriate citations, in my opinion. I think that in regards to the mental health pairing, like I said, we cannot afford the mental health clinicians at this point. Perhaps in the future we can. I know that this is something that I care very strongly about, and I have been in lots of discussions with Dr. Contreras about figuring out a way to bring those supports for our students and to come up with more creative solutions, whether it's training certain individuals on campus to be that or partnering with one of our outside facilities. But I would like to see something in here about trying to pair the resources together.
Thank you. Trustee Dodge Jr., do you have any comments? Trustee Carrasco, do you have any comments or questions? Trustee Flores?
Yes, this is, I can't think of the third or fourth time I've had to vote on this. And my vote does not change because I know that the survey results have not changed, the community has not changed. This board made a horrible decision to remove SROs at one point, and luckily they corrected that and brought them back on campus. They were on campus when I was in school. They were on campus, when my siblings were in school. So I don't see them as a problem, and I think we should spend a little more maybe time educating our students on, what they're there to serve. They're there to serve the students, and they're there to protect the students. And I have mentioned this before in previous years. We should have them in elementary schools just to come in as a day. I'm not saying we have SROs on campus. I'm saying we should bring officers to our little ones to show, these are our safe people in our community here to protect. I don't understand people who are in fear of them, and so that's not how I was raised. I was taught that they were there to protect. And so I also stand by
Trustee
what I have
Medina?
said in
Trustee
previous
Medina,
years,
it's not your turn to speak now.
that we should also look into what I had mentioned before was how Cabrillo has a satellite campus on their property, and how like Mesa Village brought in has a satellite campus. Aptos, we have a huge piece of land. Maybe that's something we can look at in the future, just to have. Then maybe we won't have to pay this contract amount. And so I would like to also echo what Trustee Navarro said, that if we can possibly, I still will vote to approve this contract, but I think there should be a discussion regarding regarding SoCal High. Yeah, that's it.
I do have some comments, sorry. I just want to communicate that I agree also. I think we need to go back and negotiate that contract from 25 to 50%. I would feel comfortable with the language that requires parents to be present before they ask questions. And I really like the idea in the audience of having a know your rights for both parents and students to be in that contract as well.
Thank you. That leaves it to me. The survey results are pretty clear that students, and more so parents and staff, want SROs on their campus. I feel badly that people feel unsafe on their campuses. But people feel afraid, and they feel that that will make them safer. I feel that we need to put more effort into finding other ways to make, especially our students, feel safe on campuses. When our middle school and high school students repeatedly in our Youth Truth Survey year after year say that they do not feel connected on their campuses, I think that's a contributing factor to people not feeling safe. And I think we need to focus on how our students are connected, making sure they have safe adults on campus that they're connected with. My experience at Watsonville High, I don't know the SROs at the other schools, but the quality of the officer at Watsonville High is significantly better than what I've seen in the past, and he's connected with students and staff, and I believe people there feel like he's part of the family. I really liked Mr. Dionys's idea of the student training for your rights. I think that should be part of the packet and training when students are first coming to our campuses at the beginning of the years. I really want to see the superintendent's office come back with some options with PVPSA or whomever to be on our campuses and partner with the SROs. We do need to do some hard work to, with our community partners to make our students feel safer and that they belong. I also think it's important we ask to have those fees reduced, especially if they're charging others less. I don't understand that. Okay, with that, would anybody like to make a motion, and what might that look like?
I would like to make a motion to approve the contracts with the stipulation of trying to renegotiate the contract with Santa Cruz Sheriff, and to also have a clear plan to pair with some sort of mental health clinician.
Is there a second to the motion to approve the contract with the stipulation that we work with Santa Cruz County Sheriff to at least match what they're offering to Soquel High School? Is that fair? And that something come back to us about a plan to pair for mental health providers. Okay, I heard a first. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay.
Trustee Turley, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
What is your substitute motion?
I move to substitute the following motion: postpone action on item 5.1 and direct staff to return with 1, written confirmation of which agreement document controls and resolution of attachment B ambiguity; 2, written confirmation of a licensed mental health clinician assignment for the full year; and 3, a last year's full SRO report; and 4, documentation of any request to the Board of Supervisors to increase the county's cost share.
Is there a second to that substitute motion?
I'll second.
I hear a second. Okay, all those in favor of the substitute motion, which is to table this item for now, requesting additional information, all those in favor signify by saying aye and raising a hand. I see 1, I see 2. Okay, fails for, well, okay, 2 against, or 2 for. All opposed signify by saying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. So motion fails. 2, 4, 0, 1. So that brings us back to the initial motion, which is to approve the Santa Cruz County Sheriff agreement with the stipulation of renegotiating with the sheriff and bringing back a plan for a mental health pairing. Right, and I heard a first and I heard a second on that.
Can I just make a point of information?
Sure.
We actually were provided with all of the information regarding the 3 schools. And so if you didn't get that, I'm sure we can re-forward it.
Thank you.
Who are you talking to? About what?
Okay, let's move
Do you
on.
not
because
see
we
my
do-
presentation? I clearly read the information.
We
Hello?
have- excuse me.
Hello?
Excuse me, let's come back.
Navarro,
Let's
good
come back.
Lord.
Let's come back.
I can't
Okay.
wait till you're voted out.
We have a motion and a second to approve with the 2 stipulations. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? I see 2. So motion carries 4, 2, 0, 1. That moves us on to 5.2. Do you have a presentation you want to make on this one? Okay.
No, just the same, we asked for approval.
Okay. Are there any public speakers to this item?
Yes, we have 1, 2, 3. We have 7. Edgar Ibarra Gutierrez, Bobby Marchesalt, Omar Dieguez, Chris Webb, Ashley Yarrow, Aaron Johnson, and Emily Helbig.
Very, very interesting and concerning. Overall, we live in one of the most expensive counties. We know this. Some of you all have the luxury and the ability and the fortune enough to live okay here, not have to worry on the paycheck to paycheck. We just saw the state award $116 million to tackle the question of homelessness. I really hope that you all, in another board meeting, do not go ahead and use those dollars to fund these type of programs. It is for the fact to support homeless youth. We also know that homeless youth are some of the ones that have been criminalized by law enforcement. And sometimes they got nowhere to go. Sometimes the whole family doesn't got nowhere to go. And I just doing some just quick research on my phone, transparency, I saw that the 2 gentlemen out here that are police officers, one of them gets a total pay and benefits of $332,000 a year, with the other one making $283,000 a year. My family has never came close to seeing that amount of money. A lot of our community members will never see that amount of money. They get paid. The Watsonville Police, if you all are hell-bent on having these services on campus, have Watsonville Police Department foot the bill. Simple. We need to be able to fund resources that really change climate in school, that really make kids want to come back to school to actually solve the question of truancy. There's just so many things that are going through my head, and just at this moment, just hearing, it's like, I have to go back, know your rights. These young folks, when we say parents, it's okay to have parents. They need legal representation. We should have the public defender's office on speed dial anytime a young person is being interrogated by a law enforcement officer in any school site. Point blank. Due process is real. Due process, especially where a lot of our community members that look like me, have surnames like me, and that look like those officers that are being pulled over. Due process needs to be respected. We need to have young people have proper legal representation. If anything, dollars should be going to the public defender's office to support that service, and specifically in South County. We gotta do better, y'all.
Thank
you. I feel like throwing up. Because it's sick how this board doesn't even put students first. It's sick how you guys sit up here and don't even realize that you guys are policing students. You know, we need, the due process is important. We need to have, I'm a victim of SROs. It took me a long time to heal from that. I was traumatized from the SROs for a long time. I was in the system for a long time. I know the effects the SROs have on students for years. There needs to be a due process. There needs to be policies that protect these students. There's a lot of community members, organizations, mental health people, teachers that can help. And out of all these incidents that happen on campuses, when these students are being, you know, the incident that happened at Aptos, the incident that happened in Watsonville, who stopped it? The teachers. They were the first to respond. the people on campus. There was no SRO in sight. They stopped it. And it took forever to recognize the person that stopped the incident that happened at Watsonville High School. It took months to honor that guy. It is disgusting how you guys are moving. It is disgusting how you don't see the importance of protecting these students. You guys need to do better to protect these students. I'm a victim of an SRO and I know what it could do. It's bullshit.
I keep hearing that we cannot afford mental health clinicians. We cannot afford cops. If we can't afford one, we really can't afford the other. Should ask in the survey which one's preferred, a cop or a mental health clinician. And if there's only a handful of citations at each of these, is it really worth the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we're spending? That can be done without an officer who's constantly on site. I'm so glad that Omar spoke before me because I too grew up believing that officers were there to protect us. But I've listened to the experience of others who don't look like me, who did not grow up like me. And we need to be listening to those, and it matters. If you voted yes to that just now, you voted yes to trying to go to them about lowering the amount. I guarantee you that's not going to happen. That has happened to this board over and over. You already approved paying for it. Ask nicely. Why would they lower it? You gotta vote that no, bring it back with that. Do that with this one. As a member of the Pilot Oversight Committee, as I mentioned before, I guarantee you that another organization doing it is not the same as how this was designed. And I'd be happy to talk to you about what I learned on that committee, okay? I have lots of thoughts about the officers being on campus, but I know y'all don't want to hear that, so let's talk about it with them on. I support Watsonville Police Department in many ways. I'm involved there. I think it's the best department in the county, I'll be honest, and I think there's ways always to improve and to do better. There's an opportunity here to be innovative with Watsonville PD. First of all, equity and equality are not the same thing. We know that there is a shortage of officers at Watsonville PD, so there's money there. They should cover this right now. We don't have that. I mean, you're cutting us, okay? I say equity is different because we're not remote. PD is around the corner from Watsonville High, and it's not far from PD. We can be innovative and work with the department to say, let's create a program where you have somebody who's on those hours trained with how to work with our students, so they don't have to be there all the time, but they can be called. Let's think outside the box, please. Thank you.
Like with the other one, yeah, definitely, at minimum, the cost should be covered by the agency. Also, a few other prerequisites, a plan to inform students on their rights. Also, I asked for this before, it still hasn't come, but there should be data presented publicly about the number of citations on campuses this last year. Also, we should have protections for teachers who are defending their students against potential police misconduct. We should have protections for teachers. Really, for this Watsonville one to have worth, especially after this last week, I need to know he's going to stop some ICE guy from killing me for backing up my students. So that's one thing I want. Also, there's been no report ever on the Aptos tragedy. So we're pretending that we're solving things. Some people are to make themselves feel good, but there's really not data. And I've been asking that for a long time. If we really are serious about stopping tragedies, then why isn't there more people calling for some type of report and actually looking into what happened? Also, one SRO costs more than multiple campus supervisors. And it was campus supervisor, it wasn't a campus supervisor, it was a custodian who stopped that last would-be murder. So let's get it with real again. It is the PVUSD people, our actual employees, who are really making the difference here, not these hired guns. Also, one thing I think of when I heard the comment about citations, oh yeah, they like the citations. You know what, I think, first off, that reminds me of exactly why I wouldn't teach at Aptos and why I avoid schools like that to work at. I'll deal with the parents personally, citizen to citizen, but I don't want to deal with you as a teacher to parent. And I think just that's a school that doesn't have the kind of restorative justice, student progress monitoring, a model renaissance. I knew kids who every now and then brought something, and it should be dealt with, but it doesn't have to be through the criminal justice system. That's not the way. Thank you.
first I want to say, I believe most CSEA members respect and thank our officers for their service. So Santa Cruz County and WPD. Thank you. My uncle was a former officer, so I have mad respect. I also, I understand that, my family is partially black and partially colored and partially white, but nobody can see the white in me, so sorry. So I understand the inequities, right? What I don't understand is why Aptos High would get a full-time person and Watsonville High and PD would get a part-time person. So there's that, right? So if we're really asking about making sure that we're hiring these people so they could keep our students, staff, and school sites safe, why is that inequity there? Because that's what how I'm reading it. That kind of hurts because I'm in the South Zone and I think that our students deserve to be protected full-time. I don't know. But that also brings me back to the point that, in both cases where students, one lost their life and one nearly lost their life, right? It was classified heroes that stepped in and saved the day. And they do it without being paid what they're worth, right? I don't think anybody would ever be paid what they're worth, but getting close to it would be nice. I say all this to say, our students deserve decisions that actually align with their safety. If we hired more campus security guards who are former law enforcement, Marines, and all Army SEALs, look into their resume and their background, these people are phenomenal people. And if we just kind of pay them a little more, we might actually be able to keep a full staff of officers on campus. No disrespect to Watsonville PD or Santa Cruz, but please just consider that, right? See the inequity that's here and understand that we need to be equitable. PV and Watsonville deserve full time.
Thank you. That's your time.
Okay, so I just want to say that pairing law enforcement officers with people from an outside agency like PVPSA is not the same as pairing them with a full-time mental health clinician at that school site. I am so tired of the superintendent continuing to claim that these contracts with these outside agencies are going to provide the same level of support as a full-time person at the site. I'm going into my 22nd year. I've taught high school, I've taught elementary school, I've taught middle school. I can tell you the people who make the difference are the people who are employed full-time at our school sites. My site is losing a counselor. We're only going to have one next year. I am really worried about what that's going to do to my students. Trustee Carrasco, I do appreciate that you brought up the pairing, but I really just want you guys to not continue to fall for this line that they're going to have support because it's going to be PVPSA. It's just really not, it's not the same thing. And when we pass, what we're doing is we're saying okay, we're going to pass this motion, but we're going to ask the superintendent to please go back and look at ways that we can save money or look at ways that we could bring back these mental health clinicians. That's not what should be happening. You guys should be tabling this to the next meeting where you can bring back a modified agenda item that is going to have that mental health clinician pairing and have that extra funding coming from the Sheriff's Department. The last thing I just want to say is one thing that Trustee Navarro said in her comments was that that you evaluated the cost of mental health clinicians and that is not something that we can afford. But I can just the most important thing is that we can't afford to not support our students emotionally, right? If one mental health clinician saves one student's life, it is worth that cost. Thank you.
Hi, Erin. Trustee Medina, are you willing to share your slide deck with the community? Okay. Thank you. Also, I just wanted to say I do agree with Trustee Navarro. I think that SROs and mental health clinicians, it's apples and oranges. I think they're both needed and both valuable. looked up the statistic, but there was 233 shootings in schools in 2025. With all due respect, and I have the utmost respect for law enforcement, of course there's going to be bad apples everywhere in every sphere of life, but with all due respect, a mental health clinician and a custodian are not armed, and they do not have the full force of the law behind them. And if a shooter came on campus of any one of our schools, I would feel much better to have someone who's been trained in those kinds of situations who can respond quickly. So I do hear the concerns behind the calls to eliminate the SROs. Sounds like trust and fairness and the relationship between students and law enforcement, they do matter. I believe that the answer is not to remove SROs, it's to improve the program. And trustee Medina, you had a lot of great information research on that. I think you'd be a great person to even look at the program and find ways to make it better. You're a smart person. I don't see how that matters, but
that's your time. We need to move on.
I would love to have a conversation.
Okay, that's enough.
Do you know me?
We need to move on. We need to move on.
I don't think you know me.
Trustee Medina, please.
Okay.
We need to move on. And I'm going to ask
Thank
the
you.
audience again, please, when others are speaking, let them speak whether or not you agree with them or not. They have a right to say whatever they want to say. You're out of order right now. Thank you. We could take a break. We could clear the room, or we could just move on with our business. Do any board members have, that was it with the cards, right? Do any board members have comments on this item or questions? The first one I heard was Trustee Navarro.
So I just want to clarify what I said, which was for the cost of the mental health clinician's total compensation and the number of students that were being served, we could not afford it for what was being documented. And so I want to clarify that point. Second of all, I, with my emergency medicine hat on, fully believe with all the information that I've been provided, and I understand that a lot of this can't actually be provided to the public because a lot of minors were involved. I do not believe that child would have necessarily died if law enforcement was on, and I'm going to explain why. Because police are trained as first responders, and that child bled out. And if there was police on campus that day, it took the paramedics 30 minutes to get on scene. I am firmly in belief that child would have had a better chance of living had there been somebody on campus that day, which is why this board brought back the SROs. The SRO program is not perfect. I would love to move away from it at some point when our students and our staff and our families feel safe, but that point is not now. In regards to why, Ashley, you were mentioning why there's only a part-time person at PV and Watsonville, that's a staffing issue, that they don't actually have a full-time person available for those. I did look into that question because I agree with you from an equity standpoint, all 3 schools should have a full-time person. And in regards to cost, I am always in favor of trying to push back, but every agency is dealing with cost issues. And yes, police officers make a lot of money. They all are dealing with their own staff, and please don't shout out from the audience, right? So anyway, we will continue to encourage our superintendent and guide her to try to negotiate these contracts down and get them to pay more.
Okay, other trustees, Trustee Medina?
Go ahead and put up the slide for part 2. Go. It should say like, thank you, and then the next slide after that. Oh, I think you went too far ahead. Go back. Back. 19. Okay, yes, right here. So Watsonville Police Department, so this is for 2 part-time officers up to $152,000, and this is coming from the general fund. Let's go to the next slide. The packet does not state one clear maximum cost. So in June 17th presentation, it stated that it was $150,053. The WPD contract now states $152,053. July 15th agenda stated that same amount. So the contract also states that after hours work may be charged at actual cost, and PVUSD may pay training wages and cost outside the school calendar. So this isn't a correct amount. So I'd be curious how much overtime they expensed last year so we could at least have a comparison. And again, you had 12 months to do this. Let's go to the next slide. The plan hours do not fit the 960-hour limit. So 180 school days times 5.5 hours equal 990 hours planned scheduled per officer. But state pension limit per officer is 960 hours. That's a 30-hour difference. So the 990-hour calculation does not include training or evening events. WPD may also reassign an officer during an emergency with notice, and the contract does not clearly guarantee a substitute, refund, or credit for missed school coverage. Let's go to the next slide. City and grant funding are not identified. PVUSD would pay WPD up to $152,000 general fund, and the packet does not identify a City of Watsonville contribution, city public safety funding, grant funding for the positions, the amount of PVUSD requested from the city, and the city's response to any funding request. Jessica and I spoke with one of the city council members, and they said they got a lot of funding for the police department. So that tells me that you didn't even bother to check with the City of Watsonville in this 12-month period. You could deny the facts all you want. Let's go to the next slide. The 2 WPD agreements assign different duties. Why are we not clearly rechecking what you're putting in front of us? The 2 WPD agreements assign different duties. Page 14, attendance, support, truancy support, maintaining order, broad school support duties, and then the separate 5-page agreement prohibits tardiness enforcement, misclass enforcement, routine and discipline, administrative duties. So which is the control document that we are following? Let's go to the next slide. The survey asked about clinicians. That, I already showed you this one from the last one. Let's go to the next one. So the students can be questioned without parents present. That is also not in this contract. So if you're a parent right now and you're watching and you're okay with your child being questioned, this is what's happening. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. The UCP is not named, made clear to families. I already stated that. Let's go to the next one. And this is a question that I need to ask you, Contreras, because this is going to decide your evaluation. So according to SB 203 and Welfare Institute Code 625.6, any youth under 18 must consult an attorney before a custodial interrogation and before waiving Miranda rights, non-waived by the student, parent, or school. Dr. Contreras, have students been provided an attorney when they are detained by an officer?
That is your time.
She could answer my question.
I sent you that
A
information.
yes
to the
or
board.
no? Were there legal counsel present for students under the age of 18?
I sent you that information.
It's
in
a
the
yes or
board
no question,
communication.
Dr. Contreras. Trustee Turley, can you please advise her to answer my yes or no question?
She's answering the
No,
question.
she's not.
Well, if you would let her answer the
Okay, go
question,
ahead. I'm letting her
perhaps
answer.
she would answer a question.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Answer it.
Okay, the answer is the information.
So let me
is
just make this
provided
clear.
to you.
The superintendent is not telling you
Trustee Medina,
that
that
she
is
is
your
not
time.
having legal counsel for your
Trust-
kid
okay.
who is being with a police officer.
5-minute
If you are brown, that is alarming.
All right, I believe we have a quorum in the room. We are back in order. Trustee Navarro finished up her comments. Do other board members have comments on 5.2? Trustee Dodge Jr.
It's important to remember that the SRO assigned to Watsonville High School is only 2 minutes away from Minty White Elementary, Radcliffe Elementary School, and E. Hall Middle School, adding another layer of support and safety for the schools in that area. As a parent and lifelong resident of Watsonville, I support having an SRO at Watsonville High School. I understand the importance of making sure students, staff, and families feel safe and supported. Mr. Ibarra also shared some great points and ideas that should be taken into account where appropriate, woven into the MOU so we can continue strengthening this partnership. Our students deserve to feel safe, our teachers deserve to feel protected, and our parents should have the peace of mind knowing their children are learning in a safe environment. This is why I will be voting yes, and I'd like to make the motion to support this agenda.
Unless other board members wanted to make a comment on this, I'm going to ask for a second to Trustee Dodge Jr.'s. Okay, is there a second to Trustee Dodge Jr.'s motion to approve?
I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 2. Motion carries 4-2-0-1. That moves us on to 6. Report and discussion, board goals and guardrails. Superintendent Contreras is going to start that, and then I think we're going to move some tables around a little bit so that we're working more collaboratively.
Trustee Trelling.
Trustee Medina.
I'd like to suspend the rules so we can move up the consent agenda and move this till after that. I think there's more important things that we need to address that are in the consent agenda, so I'd like a second on that.
Second.
So the motion and the second are just for suspending the rules. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 1. Okay.
My concern is if we do this, that we are going to have people leave and not be here for consent agenda.
Absolutely.
That's why
Absolutely.
I would not support.
This is a waste of time and should be tabled.
I don't think we should move it ahead because we may not have quorum to get through the rest of the agenda, so I am not in favor of moving it.
I don't know if I completely understood that. In the mic.
What I'm saying is if we move 6.1 to after consent agenda, that we may not have a quorum here to actually, and I do believe that we should actually have the whole board here to work on this. And unfortunately, the only way to keep the whole board here to work on this is to keep consent agenda where it is.
I'm leaving regardless. I don't want to hear you discussing board and guardrails because you guys don't even follow your own policies. So what's the point? Exactly, there is no point. So let's just table this. I got a second, let's vote on it.
I heard a first and a second. Let's vote on the motion to suspend.
It was to suspend and move up the consent agenda and move this till after that.
Okay, and that you're understanding, Trustee Dodge Jr., that was the second? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. I see 4. All those opposed? 2. Motion carries 4-2-0-1.
What a waste of money.
So we will be skipping for right now 6.1 and moving on to consent agenda. All right, anybody, we already pulled or just had a vote that didn't pass.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda.
As written. And is there a second?
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
And the substitute motion is?
Let me pull it up 1 second. Yeah, it has to be second first.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're right.
A second on that. Okay, I hear a first and a second, then I hear a substitute motion. Is there a second to the, oh wait, I don't know.
No, I just announced it and then we go into it. Okay, I would like to pull items. You know what? There's so many I want to pull because this is crazy. 7.33 and 7.35.
Is there a second to that motion?
7.33, the Noguchi Consulting, that's somebody who's from Modesto. And then 7.35, California School Inspectors, that's the one where we're hiring somebody who has fraud.
Okay, is there a second to the substitute motion? I'm not seeing one, so we're back to the initial motion, which is to approve the consent agenda, less the two items we already handled, 7.7 and 7.8. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1. Motion carries 5101. So that brings us back to 6.1, goals and guardrails. I think we're each gonna, we're gonna stand up for a few minutes and we're gonna move some tables around. And we'll be back. Oh. Okay, we're going to back up and we're going to. That's probably the right thing.
I have Chris Webb, Ashley Euro. I thought I had one for Emily. Oh, okay, so Chris Webb and Ashley.
I'll speak to 710 to begin. No, you guys have a long consent agenda. It's out of hand. I believe it. Okay. So 710, my concern here is I have a lot of respect for our facilities people like Sergio and Erlindo, and I see this and I'm wondering, well, why didn't they do like a very comprehensive master plan and seem like they put a lot of work into assessing our facilities? So I kind of just don't understand why we have this, and I would like to, if there's a reason for it, I would like to hear from them and have them, the PVUSD experts, say, yes, we need this added support. So if I don't hear from them, to me it seems like a waste of money. And then also for 714, my concern here is that at the last meeting, I saw something I see over the hill sometimes, and that's where there'll be like some controversy, and then some admin, this came up in a civil grand jury report about them playing favorites with admin. Some admin will come and like carry the right water, right? And then so it's just interesting that person would be here last time, and then now there's just all these items where they're presenting them, and I just wanted to be clear that we shouldn't play favorites like that. We should also make sure we know that like there's no admin. This is one of my issues with Kit, was he's new and I expected a new person, will you please like hold accountable some of the people who are, repeatedly violating the contract in egregious ways, such as reprisals for people bringing grievances. And he basically failed to do that. And then, so I see this, and it shouldn't be that the union is the floor for like, the admin, like you guys should have your own standards for conduct, and like, the contract can be part of that, but you should have your own things where you're like, no, if you guys did this, if it was a teacher, they would have been reprimanded or worse. Like, I think the same should go for admin. And it shouldn't just be the union who's holding people accountable. On 728, one of my side hustles, I work in real estate. I go to a lot of houses sometimes in Aptos. Many of them don't have central air. Why are we talking about central air for Aptos Junior before Watsonville High? Thank you.
This is so smart. He did like all the ones, and it's just like good for you. Thank you. I guess I'll do mine too. So yeah, 710. No, please no. Talk to our M&O director and our facilities and facilities and contractor director, and their expertise means more to me in PVUSD than any consultant that we could pay. Please approve 7.21. Our food pantry services, our community uses them. Guess what? I use them. I can't afford groceries every month, so I go to these pantries and I use them. Many PVUSD classified employees use these pantries. Please approve them and don't take them away from our classified teaching, and community members. We all use them and we appreciate this resource. Please approve 7.22, 7.23, 7.24, 7.25. CSTA appreciates the work that we've done with the district, Dr. Contreras and Kit and our CBO, along with continued conversations with the board. Thank you for coming to a negotiated agreement. The food and nutrition services regrade took a lot longer than I would have liked. I put that on the table in front of Kit in February. So, you know, it just goes to speak that when an August professional training comes across the table and it's something the district wants, the district's gonna get it, no matter what CSCA timeline has, right? We have a timeline just like you guys. We have to post it 5 days in advance. It has to go through the 610 policy at headquarters in CSCA. I've asked for the district to respect this process. And while, you know, we're doing better, I just want to say thank you. CSCA appreciates the collaborative work. Please approve those MOUs.
Thank you. All right, we're back to making a motion on approving consent.
I'll repeat my motion to approve the consent agenda as is.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And opposed? 1. Motion carries 5-1-0-1.
I could comment, right? Awesome. So I know that we just approved the Lozano-Smith contract, and I want to make this very clear. Now that that is approved, I'm going to seek an independent review outside this district, and I will request guidance from Santa Cruz County Council regarding the use of district-funded legal services in matters involving individual trustees by the superintendent. And I will also submit a complaint to the Santa Cruz County Civil Grand Jury asking it to investigate the board president's role in the agenda control, meeting procedures, legal spending, and the selective use of district resources. The public deserves an independent review of whether the superintendent president has exercised their authority fairly, lawfully, and in the best interest of this district. And approving Lozano-Smith does not do that. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us back to 6.1 and us taking about a 5-minute break to rearrange some furniture and get our coach, Greg, in place. We are back in session. It is about 8:32. It is still July 15th, 2026, and Superintendent Contreras, would you like to start with the presentation for 6.1?
I will start this off. So, in March, and twice now, because we had a workshop in March, and then we had one in April or May. We've been working on synthesizing the information that the board heard on their listening sessions with the community, and the board went out. Those listening sessions were to listen for the values and vision of the community. Vision meaning what are the educational goals that we want for our students, and values meaning what are the values that we hold dear in this community. And the vision then becomes those educational goals, and the values become the guardrails for the superintendent. So after you went out and found out what those vision and values were from your listening sessions and from the hundreds of inputs that we received, we met to start synthesizing what did that look like and what do we think that the community was saying to us. So we came out with some rough ideas, and what I have done with the help of Greg is to take those rough ideas and to listen to what I thought I heard from all of you and to create the kind of the SMART goals for how it would look over multiple years, and then also within a year long time of how we would hit those goals and those targets. And so that's what I'm bringing before you as a first read, as a draft. And we think this will just be some discussion and maybe need to go back for further refinement. Maybe not. And so that's really kind of where we're going with that. Greg, do you want to chime in?
Maybe we should introduce Greg for those who
I'm
may not
Greg.
know him. Hi, Greg.
Hi. Done.
All of you know Greg. This is for us.
So maybe I can help just facilitate so that if we don't get through all of them, you all can continue the conversation at a future meeting, and you'll have gone through the kind of just facilitation, and so you can even take turns facilitating the future conversations if you need to.
Yeah. And I do want to say before we go into that just a little bit about the work that went into what we're going to see today. So Greg and I met over multiple meetings over the last couple of months and worked on these. And then the work I would do with Greg, I would then bring back to my cabinet and others to then do the next steps. Because in the end, this is going to be owned by many people within the district. This is not just my work, it's going to be all of our work. And it will end up reaching down into the classroom. So there have been hours upon hours upon hours to get to this point. This doesn't mean that there's not going to be hours upon hours and hours more, but we take this work really seriously because this will guide what we do with our students in our classrooms and what we hope to accomplish for them as we seek to do the one most important thing districts do, and that is move student outcomes forward. So, all right.
So we'll take it one at a time. So we'll start with the proposed goal one. And so I'll kind of interview the superintendent just to help so that she doesn't have to be a participant and a facilitator at the same time. And then, Madam Chair, whenever you feel like you need to take public comment on this item, let us know. And folks on the public, if you need to, there are a couple cards, I'm assuming. Yeah. Okay. So why don't we go through the first one, and then we can kind of debrief it real quick and before we move on. So goal one, third grade reading proficiency. What did you hear? Tell us, Superintendent, what do you think you heard from the board when they said, oh, we want a goal about third grade? And then what is your actual recommended goal statement, your actual recommended goal policy, and the annual targets that would go with that one? And just stop there.
So what I thought I heard the evening we had that first discussion was that the board was interested in looking at third grade reading and having students on track and reading at grade level by third grade. And so the recommended goal that we worked on was that the percentage of grade 3 students meeting or exceeding standards on the English Language Arts California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP, so that's our California State Test Accountability Test, will increase from 17% in May of 2025 to 32% in May of 2031. And we will look at how we populate that data as soon as we are allowed to get all of the final unembargoed data from the state.
Okay. And so then you can see the targets there. So Superintendent, thank you for that. So before we go on to the interim goals, which is stay at the goal level. So board members, this is a calibration conversation. Did the superintendent hear you accurately? Does the goal that she's recommending, is it SMART? Does it have those criteria that we went over in the workshop over a year ago? Does it have a starting date, an ending date, a starting point, an ending point, a specific group of students, and a measurement? Yeah, so I definitely say it's SMART. The other thing you need to ask yourselves is, from that baseline to that target, there's two questions there. Is it attainable? And attainable is really not a question about can the students do it. That there's no doubt about that. It's a question about resources. Are you prepared to make the investments aligned to this goal to make this goal happen? That's really the attainability question. Or is it on the other side of attainability? Is it sufficiently challenging of the organization? There's no point to set a goal that you don't really have to flex your muscles to hit. So is this goal going to challenge the organization in order to accomplish it? So sit with that for a sec. I know you may be looking at this, for the first time here for a moment. So this will not be your only shot at this. I want to clarify that as well. But if you already have initial thoughts, go ahead.
We also want to make sure, and maybe you already said that, but that some of us really wanted goals that were a stretch. We want to get to 95%, but we also don't want to set up for something that's not attainable, right?
The word we use for what you just described is the vision. And goals are a step in the direction towards the vision.
I know we've heard a lot when we're looking at our CAST results that even moving 1% is big, is huge.
Yeah.
And so I think, here we're projecting we're going to try to move, 4%, 2%, something, so I think, although I would love to see our district performing, much better than this, but at baby steps.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think I'm happy that not to see that we're just trying to get 1%. So
Yeah.
I'm happy about that.
No, and that's one of the things, too, that Greg and I talked about is a lot of times when districts start getting some impetus going in their test scores, you'll see like 1%, 2%, 3% in the first 1 year, 2 year, but like the third, the fourth, the fifth, then suddenly that traction, the percentages start to move a little bit like greater. It's like all of a sudden it gets a lot bigger in the out years. And so you'll notice that in the recommended annual targets, we move it from like a 3%, 4% to getting more like, okay, now we're going to expect a little more of ourselves as we start getting more refined in what we do in our instructional practices. So we do get a little more robust as we go on.
And do you have details that you're ready to share? Like how did you come up with those percentages? Do you have a plan for how you're going to make that happen?
We do. Greg, do you want to talk about that?
Well, I'll just share on the how the targets get set. The coaching is to look back at prior trends and then the investments that are already lined up, and then thinking about, well, what could the investments be down the road over time. So that's the coaching. In terms of tonight's conversation is about what are we going to try and accomplish 5 years from now, and then in a moment, how are we going to mark progress along the way. It is a whole other conversation and area of work to do what it takes to actually get there. And we actually deliberately separate those things because too often, if you don't separate them, people will just default to, well, we're going to do more of what I already do. Even if that's not what the research says actually is what you need to accomplish the goals. So we want the community, the board, the superintendent to be crystal clear. This is where we're trying to get to. Here's how we'll mark progress. Now let's go figure out what does it actually take to do that, and let's do that. And if some of the things we're already doing align, hey, coincidence, great, that's wonderful. But if not, we got to have those other conversations. And that's actually all staff level work with board level information for sure. You get all that information. And when you're monitoring, project down the road, when you're monitoring these goals, when you're having conversations at your board meetings, like how are we doing on interim goal 1.1, the questions you'll be asking are, well, which of those investments, which of those strategies is moving the needle? I'm seeing the data go from here to here. Which one is working? And there'll be a whole level of like sleuthing that your superintendent and cabinet will have to do to figure out, at all times, what's moving the needle.
I think what I heard out of that was if we made a decision now what our plan was, then we're kind of locked into it. We really need to be able to pivot based on what's worked.
Sometimes. Because sometimes I think in education, one thing that we do is we tend to jump off of something too quickly. and we don't let it take time to take root when you may have really been onto something. So sometimes you want to be able to say, okay, we need to let go of that. That's not serving us. But other times it's like, we just need to give it some time. So to answer your first question about the targets, as we were working on this, we didn't have our preliminary data for CASP. And then our preliminary data did come out for CASP. And so we feel pretty confident that the targets we set are tough, they're rigorous, but that we can attain them with some very targeted work.
So just to clarify, the third part, right now we're in the first part, but the third part would be what curriculum, what trainings are working. Right now we're focusing on the specific goals.
Yeah, right now you're working on where are we going, how will we mark progress along the way. The superintendent, once you're all clear on that, you're then delegating to the superintendent, okay, go do the work to figure out what it takes to climb those mountains. That's going to be her area of expertise. You're not going to muck about saying, oh, pick this or that or this or that. But she's going to have to bring the receipts about why she's picking which investments and which initiatives. And she's going to have the plans when things are working. She's got to know, well, which one is making it work. And when it's not working, she's going to have to figure out, okay, how are we going to change and pivot?
I'm going to ask if anyone who's decided to stick with us for the night has any comment on this specific goal.
Actually, I do. I want to commend Dr. Contreras, because there's been a couple times we want to have, 99% literacy or something. Like, those things have come, right? And I've really appreciated you keeping it, like, realistic, and, like, your point about, like, incremental progress, building up. And, like, that's something I've thought about. I'm having a flashback to earlier I want to say it was like March or February. There was a question, Gerardo was being questioned at City Hall about the math data. And then, he was like, well, it came out that, and also there was a public comment that night about in 5 years, 4 different math curriculums. Or there was some ridiculous number like that. And I feel like what you said about the incremental progress is something that all trustees for all time in this district need to keep in mind, because I feel like sometimes we'll get new leadership and then everyone wants to make the name for themselves and they throw out something that's working. I kind of feel like that's maybe what we came into. I'm glad to see progress on Dibbles and stuff, but like that is something I'm wary of going forward. So I do appreciate your presence on this subject, Dr. Contreras. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I heard you say that this is also how you're shaping where the district is spending money and where it's focusing its resources. And so if you're already feeling like this is attainable, if this is truly a goal, then should it be, I hear you in terms of being achievable, but should it be a little bit higher? Should we be aiming at 45% or, something that is a little bit more of a stretch that says we should be diverting resources to this because this is one of our goals?
I'm going to respond to that just for the board, even though we don't. I want to be really clear. This is still really tough. When our district is at 17%, we are in the bottom of the bottom, and all of our schools, almost all of our elementary schools now, are grant schools for literacy. We have a long way to go. And so even getting to like the 40%, I think is going to be in this number of years, going from there to 40% will be, I think it is. I think it will be rigorous. The other thing is that I do want to point out is these are adjustable. So if we look at it and say, you know what, we hit that mark, like that was pretty easy, then we want to stretch even further. And so we can come back to the board and say, you know what, we got this so easily, I think we need to push a little harder, or vice versa. Like, you know what, we only moved this 1%. We're doing something not quite right, and this is going to take a little bit longer, or we're going to have to shift or rethink this. And I might come to you and say, we need to redo this. And then I also want to be clear that, we're saying the superintendent. this isn't just the superintendent. It's gonna be a team of people, it's gonna be teachers, everyone's going to get messaged on this, and then it'll be the goals that we're working towards as an entire community. So I can envision these hanging in classrooms and in offices, and, you know, something that we all start being really hyper aware
It's
of.
literally our coaching that it should be displayed in the room where the board most often meets. You need a scoreboard.
Yeah. Yeah.
And were there other? Yeah, but I just want to check with the Madam Chair, were there other public commenters that needed? Okay.
No, I just wanted to mention to Mr. Rio Muto that when I first joined the board, I had very similar thoughts to you, because I feel like really there's only one way to go, which is up. And I am hopeful that we get further along in this, but we also want to not set ourselves up for failure. So that's why we focused on making more realistic goals.
Yeah, the attainability definitely connects to the psychological safety of those doing the work. So and we don't, I'm not here to say that these targets are too low or too high. I have no idea. That's why it's in the board's court. You are the ones who have to decide and our coaching is you need to find that balance between what is going to challenge the system such that it requires adult behaviors to change in order to accomplish these results. So it has to be challenging of the school system, but it does need to be attainable, which, like as I said before, is usually a proxy for, are you willing to put your money where your mouth is?
I'm saddened that Trustee Flynn was unavoidably unable to be here today. I would ask that we not approve goals at this moment, but you know, I think we can express that we're in alignment or not, but we want to make sure others have opportunity for input.
Yeah, you're definitely not approving anything. You can signal, so this would be an opportunity, for example, if you're like, no, if the consensus of the board is that is not the right targets, bring us back some different targets, you can give that direction to the superintendent. You could definitely do that. If you're like, no, we don't think we want this measured by CASP, we want it measured by something else, you know, you can speak more clearly in the language of the goal. But if you think this is working, then we can kind of move on for now, and you can, but you would still have, and other trustees would also have the opportunity to weigh in additionally.
Changed my mind. I do have a question. And I'm a little nervous asking this because I have not kept up with everything up until now. So if it's a stupid question that's already been answered, just say, we've got that and keep going, all right? I do want to say thank you to those who are here doing this work. I appreciate you sticking around and doing this. Thank you. I'm just curious, as you talk about setting those numbers and what's attainable, what's not, can you quickly tell me how did you come to those numbers? I don't know if that was already discussed or not, and I'm curious how we involved the teachers in that process and get their perspectives on what was attainable and what wasn't. Thanks.
Can you share with us how you came about the percentage increases, and in what ways will teachers, the people who are delivering the service, will be involved in formulating what happens?
So Greg, it started with me and Greg talking about just what Greg has been familiar with, what I've been familiar with. These are goals that I think districts set all the time around CASP. It's not an uncommon process. And then we studied, just like Greg said earlier, trend data for our district. What have we seen happen with the CASP for third grade in our district, to get an idea of what were we doing? Like, were we gaining like 10% every year? If we were, then this would be too easy. As we all know, because we've been looking at our trend data, that's not been our story. And so that was the first step, was to look at that trend data. Next, I took it back to cabinet to look at, and we went over the trend data with cabinet, and then we took it to our teaching and learning group, and then we did some of this like spot checking with some of our teacher groups to see what did they think. Would these be doable? How does that sound to them? And then we came up with these numbers.
And as you go forward with the plan, teachers will of course be a vital part of
Yeah.
that. Okay, thank you.
Let's keep going, so we can just finish the second half of this one goal, and then we'll have done one of them, and then we'll see where we're at. So Superintendent, we seem pretty clear, we want to aim for this mountain, this third grade reading mountain, as measured by ELA CAS, and we're going to get there by May of 2031. But I don't want to wait, just every May to find out if we're on track or not. How are we going to measure progress along the way?
And so, as we looked at that, one of the things that you don't do is use your same end goal for measurement. And of course, with CASP, it only comes out one time a year. And so we selected DIBELS as our goal to measure the interims. DIBELS stands for Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills. And that is an assessment that we're using TK through sixth grade. And it measures students in their reading, all sorts of different reading assessments. It's a little bit different at each grade level, depending on what they're supposed to be learning. It's most comprehensive actually at third grade. And we assess students in their phonics and their reading comprehension. And so this would be a good measurement to see how they were progressing. And we take that assessment at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. So that right there is good interim. But it also provides us with progress monitoring in between that teachers can use to help inform their instruction. So it kind of meets the needs of many different types of formative and summative assessments to guide us throughout the year. And so that is the assessment that we chose. It should be by now, as a board, DIBELS should be something you're familiar with hearing because we've been reporting that to you. And as we looked at choosing what markers would we want to look at, we looked at where we were currently and then setting those goals there. The other thing with DIBELS is it does, like I said, measure reading comprehension. The CASP assessment is also a measurement of how students can comprehend. You have to be able to comprehend to answer the questions on the CASP assessment. So the two really do go hand in hand. So that is why that's also a good indicator and would be able to be a fair report to the board of are we meeting our targets? Do we think this is predictive of where we might land at the end of the year for CASP?
Yeah, you could scroll a little bit. Thank you. So, board, what's happening here is, okay, you've given the superintendent a goal, right, about third grade CASP. And our coaching is any reasonable interpretation of that goal and how to measure progress is acceptable. So there's a reasonableness is kind of the standard here. But you are looking for a few technical things. You're looking for the same 6 SMART criteria across every interim goal. Does it have a measurement, a specific group of students, a starting date, an ending date, a starting point, and an ending point? You're looking for that. And you're also asking yourself, are these, in terms of targets, if we accomplish these interim targets by these dates, is that reasonable to predict and think about the success on the goal, the main goal, right? So for example, on the first interim, I'm seeing third graders on DIBELS, 60% of them in August of 2029. Well, if 60% in August of 2029 of third graders are doing what we need them to do on DIBELS, are we on track to having, it looks like back on the 32% of them doing what they need to do on CASP in May, okay? So this is the interpretation part. You're looking for these, and now this is the part where if you don't like DIBELS, you don't like these things, your opportunity is to speak more clearly in the goal. I mean, you can explain to the superintendent, you can have a conversation, but really, you don't get to choose the progress measures. You're just checking, are they reasonable? And do they hit those criteria?
I do want to point out too, Greg, I didn't mention that we also chose markers for grades 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Because we need to ensure that students are making their growth in grades 1 and 2 so that we know that they're going to hit it in third grade too. Yeah.
Right. Monitoring just your third graders does not leave enough time left in the game.
Yeah.
To keep making the switches and changing the calls. So thank you for laying that out. Yeah, I see monitoring third graders, first graders, and second graders. The other thing, board, you want to remind yourselves of is this goal should be something you want to talk about a lot. This should be something you want, whatever the goal is. I'm not saying it has to be this goal. I'm saying whatever the goal is, you should care about this, be curious about this. You should have like an unending thirst of like, yes, we get to talk about this again. Our coaching is that you talk about this goal at least 4 times during the year. You have 4 goal monitoring conversations about each goal. So once where you're actually just checking, how did we do on CASP in this scenario? At least one time talking about how did the 3rd graders do on the dibbles, and one time how did the 1st graders do, and one time how did the 2nd graders do. The monitoring calendar, which hasn't been developed yet because we don't have this yet, will space those out over time, along with all the other goals and the guardrails, and those are those monitoring conversations that you'll be having. And it could be your superintendent will say, this goal is so important, we should talk about it 5 times. But our coaching is at least 4.
We actually developed our monitoring calendar.
Yeah, I heard that y'all were jumping the gun on that, but yeah.
Gotta get that.
I have some clarifying. Remind me, do we get our scores for dibbles from the charter schools? Or do they do their own thing?
They can do their own thing if they want to, because that's part of being a charter school.
They can.
But I think now with new laws changing, they're gonna have to do the screener, which is dibbles. So
Which is dibbles,
yeah.
okay. And do they do CASP?
They have to do CAST.
They have to,
Yeah.
okay. That was my.
That's the law.
Okay, got it.
So we've heard from the superintendent. What did I hear? The recommended goal policy sentence, annual targets, and then the below all that, where it says recommended interim goals and all those targets, those things, our coaching is we'll never ask you all to approve. You do not need to approve the interims or the interim targets. That's superintendent work. But our coaching is don't approve the goal until you've seen the interims and that you think they're reasonable, okay? So, and again, you're not approving anything tonight, but this is the conversation when I've heard you all want to go back out to community and check with community about the reasonableness of these goals, right? And so you can get a cleaned up version and say, okay, well, here's the draft goals and here's how we're going to measure progress along the way, and you can hear from community. So
just a clarifying question. The numbers for the dibbles actually look pretty good. So can you help me understand how the dibbles scores play into the ELA? Are you saying it's just the reading versus the comprehension?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood that.
And it could be, and when we talk about predictability, and this is something staff will constantly be doing, they've taken a first pass at it, I'm sure they'll do it again before you actually get to adopting these things, this is not a vibes check on predictability.
Mm-hmm.
This is running the correlation analysis. Like actually correlate, like does, this percentage of 2nd graders at this time of year on this test matter when they get to 3rd grade later on this test?
Yeah. And you'll notice too, like some of the targets are different because our students are in different places in their competency right now too.
And it could mean that you need a higher group of percentage to accomplish something on dibbles such that enough
Yes.
of them
You do.
get to something on CASP.
Yeah.
And then I think, Madam Chair, I think you have another public comment if you want to go to that.
Hi, sorry, I've never done this before. I was just hoping that we can add another part to this goal focusing on English language learners specifically.
See that.
And also putting into note that we are eliminating our reading intervention, which primarily focuses on the needs of English language learners. There are many students in our community that only are monolingual Arab speakers, Spanish speakers, and Indigenous and other languages. There are many languages that people are learning. And I don't know if you guys have ever tried to learn a second language. No es tan fácil. Entonces, tenemos que recordar esos estudiantes y sus necesidades. We need to also look at the goal
of if their needs were being better met when we had reading intervention. I'm not speaking about anything except these goals and how we as a community can meet these goals, and that we should reflect on that variable and specifically look at the needs of those populations so that we are being equitable in all of the services that we are choosing to provide or not to provide. I can say for many very successful schools, they provide push-in reading intervention to support the needs of bilingual students. And I would like us to remember their needs, and I would like to remind the board that queremos estos juntas bilingües, y eso es posible. Pueden transmitir estas juntas en español. Gracias.
Dr. Contreras, do you have any comments in regards to the reading intervention and what you were seeing for our students?
So we did reduce our reading intervention teachers back to our pre-pandemic levels because we had hired a lot of, that was one of the strategies during COVID. But we do have a reading intervention teacher at each of our school sites.
Hi. My curiosity about this is if I saw this coming down and I was in the classroom, my first thought would be if we have Dibbles in April and then we have CASP in May, is there, maybe this is a PLC level conversation, right? Where teachers need to get around the table and what's the October goal going to look like? What's the January goal going to look like? Because if you just wait till April, then you may be setting yourself up.
I would like to remind ourselves that we do have, and we're not talking about those, I don't believe tonight, guardrails that put things around, like as we're improving, we want to make sure that various demographics aren't left behind in that.
We will see that when we get to the guardrails part. And I think we'll see our English learners reflected.
So before we move on to goal 2, because I just want to take a beat, because we just went through the whole thing on goal 1. You're thinking about, what did I hear from the superintendent? Is it are the interims a reasonable interpretation? I'm going to be approving or not the goal statement. So if I'm not satisfied with the goal statement, I've got to do the work to make it what it needs to be. Think about that, being prepared to hit those targets, which is really about resource allocation. And I want to go out to community, I want to check with community. So those are the sorts of things that are in mind. I had one more thing, but it slipped my mind, so it'll come on the next one, I'm sure.
Can I make a request?
Sure.
Instead of going through each goal first, can we skip and go through the guardrail associated with this goal? That makes more logical sense to me.
So, I know, I think that the goals, to me, anyway, the way they ended up kind of turning out is the goals seem to be the more overarching, because some of what I heard anyway, in terms of the guardrails, seem to get more at like student groups in some of them. And so then we moved back from circled back to some of these goals and pulled out the student groups.
Okay.
So I think if we move through...
so it's not a direct correlation?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it'll make more sense if we go through the goals and then do the guardrails. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I know how, I can see where you would think where that is. It's just how, I know how we ended up writing them.
And I appreciate the question because it gave me a chance to remember what the heck I wanted to say, which was also keep in mind, I said, these goals should be something you want to talk about all the time and regular and be very curious about. They also, in our coaching, they should be the first thing that you invest in when you're developing a budget. There should be evidence that this work gets funded first. And you should want to evaluate your superintendent against these goals. These should be things that you want. This is how you want to know if your superintendent's doing their job or not, these goals. All right, so goal 2. I don't, it's not on the paper, at least that I don't see, but what did you hear for a mathematics goal? I have some notes from what I heard, but what did you hear? What's the goal, language, and tell us a little bit about the targets.
Okay, so and we had a lot of discussion around this about what we thought I heard. And in the end, we landed on percentage of grade 8 students meeting or exceeding standards in the California Math Assessment, or CASP. At first, we were thinking it was maybe algebra, but when I went back to my notes, I feel like the discussion actually ended with, no, we need them ready to be able to take algebra. Yeah, okay, so that's what, that's good, okay, because I kept going back and forth like, was it algebra, or was it the readiness, and we landed on the readiness for algebra. So that's what I thought I heard, so I'm glad that that was correct. And so the goal ends up being percentage of grade 8 students meeting or exceeding standards on the CASP will increase from 14% in May of 2025 to 37% in May of 2031. That is a jump. We did, like I said, see our preliminary CASP data for 8th grade. It was not good. And it's embargoed, so I don't want to share it all. So, but this is a very worthy goal, and it is going to be a tough goal. So I think that the percentages that we selected are good. I think some of the strategies that we are already engaging in with some of our new math adoptions, are going to align with this, and especially even the things underneath that we're doing will help support our teachers as they're teaching up the grades in math. So anyway, that is what we looked at. We can see the annual targets that we aim for. So we're looking at 3% to start, and then a little bit more robust as we go. And for our interim goals, we're looking at using the IXL Math Diagnostic Assessment, which is an assessment that we're currently using, and then looking at using that assessment to monitor our 8th graders, our 7th graders, and our 6th graders. We may, depending on what happens with our math adoptions, the IXL as the interim assessments, we may end up coming back to you and saying, this might shift. And that will be really up to our teachers on what they feel is the best tool for them.
And I'll just offer that idea of things shifting is, again, that's a design feature, not a bug. You'll also notice the interims are only designed to go 1, 2, or 3 years. And again, that is deliberately to signal that there's an expectation of learning, changing, switching, that it's unlikely you will have called all the winning plays here and early in the game.
Yeah.
So
I think this one will be a more dynamic goal as we get better and learn more, and the teachers know what needs they have and how we can better meet them.
So, board, again, check the goal. It sounds like she heard you all around the readiness versus end of algebra. Does it have a starting date, an ending date? Thank you, Trustee Carrasco. I appreciate it. Starting date, ending date, starting point, ending point, a specific group of students and a measure, right? Does it hit that SMART criteria? Do the interims, do they hit that SMART criteria? Is it a reasonable, does it pass that reasonableness test around if we hit these interims, they predict success on the future CASP? And there may be some back and forth there on the targets. And whether or not you think it's reasonable or not, I can already tell by the time you get to adopting your goals, these will be tighter, I'm sure. There'll be more work. Staff are it's summertime. They're working hard, but they'll come back and there'll be even more kind of attention to detail on these.
Yeah, for sure.
So far, we've got third grade reading, eighth grade math. We're monitoring things in first grade, second grade, sixth grade, seventh grade. So you can see, we preach focus, only have 4 goals, but through those goals, actually we say 1 to 3 goals, but you can have up to 5. But through those goals, you can get a lens into lots of different aspects of the system. Right now, you're naming specific ages of grades. Later on in other places, you name, the superintendent's gonna name significant groups of students, not just by grade levels, but other ways of breaking down student demographics.
Yep.
Other questions, or you wanna go on to goal 3? All right, so, and you can, like I said, this is just the beginning, y'all. You should be talking about these all the time. Goal 3, college and career readiness. What did you hear, Soup? What's the goal? What's the recommended targets?
I loved this conversation when we had it, because it was a really robust conversation with the board. Yep, it was.
I liked that we had some difference of opinions and we made our points and we argued and we respectfully, and we came up with consensus. And we didn't all get exactly what we wanted, but
This was
Keep it going, people. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. This was like the board at its finest right here. And so what I heard was readiness by 12th grade, and we settled on A through G courses completed, looking at equity, no resources to one site more than others, and not allowing a gap to grow. And the recommended goal that came out of that was...
Can I just pause you real quick? I apologize, but literally on the page it says, what I heard was both equity and no resources to one site more than the other. Those are diametrically opposed from each other, y'all. Just to be crystal clear. Those are 2 completely separate things. One, well, whatever, but I'm just saying, those are 2 different things. Your superintendent is interpreting y'all as best as she can. And our standard for interpretation is it reasonable?
Greg and I talked about that a lot, that we had those come out. So we'll have to revisit that on how do I get that to go? So the recommended goal was the percentage of graduating seniors who satisfy the A through G requirements will increase from 43% in June of 2026 to 65% in June of 2031, as measured by UC-CSU eligibility reports. And you can see the annual targets listed there and their increases. Those were selected by past trends. Our district has been holding steady in their percentage of A through G for many, many, many years. It's just been flatlined. And so when we chose these targets, we felt like just the increases alone were a decent target. We also looked at the California average. And one of the aim is at the end of this to be above the California average. So, and then when we looked at the interim goals, we targeted our 10th graders, 11th graders, and 12th graders, and monitoring them. And we're looking at them meeting or being on track to meet A through G after semester 1 report card, and having that increase from 35% to 50%. And then you can just read on and see what those interims are. We have a monitoring system that gives us this data internally so that we can see this on track and how our students are on track. What it really is doing is looking at grades. You have to have a C or better in the A through G courses to remain on track. And this one dovetails very nicely with 8th grade readiness, because students have to pass that algebra, and that's one of the courses, algebra is where students fall off track. And actually, where students fall off track immediately of A through G is their freshman year, because they fail English, Big, and Math 1.
I want to name as coach here in California, A through G, obviously super important, a lot of boards. It's not uncommon to see an A through G goal, and a lot about A through G is about grades in courses. And depending, some school systems grades are, there's a standardized way of doing grades, and you get a B in my class, it's the same as a B in this class, and it's standardized. Some cases, it's not. I actually don't know how it works in PV, but what I would encourage you is to be very wary of what can happen. You don't want to have unintended consequences of trying to incentivize, grades here or not there, things like that. And so a goal like this with interims like this comes with an expectations of calibration work.
Yeah, we actually have 3, 4, maybe 5 different strategic initiatives that are happening across the district, different ones that involve that work. And it's different approaches for each of the things that we're doing. So as we work towards that, and definitely one of the things that we are wanting to avoid is that it's just about grades, and we're really trying to focus more on it's about learning.
Does a student have to do anything to get on that CSU list? Do they have to request to be considered, or that's just automatic? If you've gotten C's in those classes, you're just on the list.
Yeah, what happens is we use a system, it's called TES, or Transcript Evaluation System. And so for us, we're just monitoring that. For students, what happens is they just apply to colleges, and then the colleges, and their counselors are meeting with them to help them know, are you on track, are you not? We're working to get all of our students onto a digital course monitoring system so that their parents have easy access, and that we're training the parents on how to monitor this and what it means to be A through G. Because a lot of people don't. You just say A through G. Well, what is A through G? Yeah, what are the A classes? What are the B classes? Yeah, so we have a lot of strategies in place, and some short-term and long-term goals around A through G to just be helping our students right now.
Yeah, I think these are great goals. One thing, just from my Renaissance experience, I'm just thinking of like a lot of the kids who came. I feel like just generally, there's like a cultural disconnect between 8th and 9th grade that like kids need to know that high school, it matters, and you can't take 9th grade off.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go to Renaissance or wherever, and then also, I feel like the phone policy and the enforcement of it is going to be like a big factor in this. And then I think that's a good point about like, having everything online and stuff, but that at the same time, this is like where class sizes and like, teachers have to end like collaboration periods and all that, and like prep periods. People need time to update those metrics. And then also one thing with it, because I really like that you brought up, Dr. Contreras, about like teaching love of learning, basically. So like one way that I think in the social studies realm about this is like I've had some success with The Economist, which is a weekly periodical. It's very topical. There's all kinds of like, any kid I have, they can find some kind of topic he or she or they will be interested in. And like that's great. And I was thinking about that because for years I've tried to get that, even though like it costs less than my total department allocation. But one thing I noticed it also costs less than is 1 hour of Lozano Smith. And that frustrates me because I remember spending an hour just trying to get them to realize what contract we're even negotiating. So I just want to bring that in as a side. Also on the equity point, reading intervention teachers at the elementary level were a key way for delivering equity, and it was how we were doing our concentration grant funding. And since that's been lost, it's been unclear to me how we're doing equity and like with those concentration grant funds. I know that's elementary, but still.
Can I make a comment? I think in regards to, I don't remember it being said exactly this way about equity but not with no resources going to more than one side than the other. How actually I remember it specifically being addressed was not having more resources go to Aptos as opposed to Watsonville and PV. So I don't know that that's exactly how it was stated. Yeah, but if we're going to talk about equity, you're not going to get the same resources at every point, at every school, which is what I'm agreeing with Greg about. But that's not actually what the conversation was that night.
Got it. This is why we're talking about it now, because reasonable people like here, we were there, and this is what was heard, and so that's what we're checking. So it sounds like there's consensus then. So you've got a recommended goal for you, goal 3. Board, check. Is it reasonable? Is it basically what you were looking for? Does it have all the criteria? Does it have a group of students, a measurement criteria, a starting point, an ending point, a starting date, an ending date? On the interim measures, these things definitely, they may get tightened up here, because again, we got to make sure we go back through, and the staff need to make sure they check that calibration, that predictor. For example, I won't be surprised if this comes up all the time, like over time, maybe not right away. They might say, 12th grade on track just isn't actually an early enough predictor for us because we only have one more semester. And so it's possible that 12th grade first semester could be a powerful predictor because it's so close in time. So if you can get to that target. So that's a balance there where the staff may say to themselves, yeah, it's a powerful predictor, but we need earlier information. Maybe we need to be monitoring like the 9th graders or something, like, I don't know. But those are the sorts of adjustments. And staff, throughout the life of these goals, when staff want to make those changes, our coaching is, yeah, you should make those changes. Tell the board, have a conversation about it, that you want to make those changes in how you're marking progress. And board, when they bring you those changes, if you think, no, that's not what we were talking, that's not this goal, then you can, at that point, put your foot down and say, no, we said the goal was about this, not what you're trying to mark progress on. But if it's a reasonable interpretation at that time, then we would say, go for it. She's done her job to inform you, but she's allowed to change how she marks progress if she needs to.
Thanks. Just a quick comment I wanted to throw in around this. I brought up earlier tonight, equity and equality are not the same thing. And so I appreciate you bringing that up and recognize that becomes a difficult conversation, right? Because there are different opinions of what equity is going to look like and where those resources are needed. But it's a difficult conversation we need to engage in. And on that topic, because, this is related but not related, so I just want to toss it in though as something to be thinking about because all of our goals affect other parts of the system. And the reality is our current graduation requirements as well as the AGD requirements when we have a 6-period day makes the arts very difficult to build because there's not space for freshmen coming in with that. So I do know that with the 7-period day at Aptos, it is easier for those students to be able to do the arts and reach this requirement. And so that is my plug for us to be thinking about that as we move forward. Because the students who I know who do arts and go to UCs and this are having to excel at that outside of our school system because there's no room within the school system to do that. So just something to be thinking about so we have access for all of our students to the arts. Thanks.
First, what mountains are we going to climb? How are we going to monitor progress up that mountain? What's it going to take to get there? 6-period day, 7-period day, 8-period block schedule. There's lots of different ways. You got to go out and figure out, well, what correlates with climbing our mountains that we want to climb here. Yeah.
Students would like it, but it's making them go to 6 periods for 4 years instead of 7 periods and then 5 periods, 4 periods your senior year.
Okay, well, you'll get there. You'll get there. So goals 1, 2, and 3. Again, this is a calibration conversation. Questions on any of them. I want to open it back. Now that we're practicing a little bit more, if you had something back on goal 1 or goal 2, you wanted to ask or it's popped up for you. Otherwise, we'll keep it moving. Okay, goal 4. Before you share, Superintendent, I'll just share this one in workshopping with the superintendent and staff. This one's the newest one for me. I've had the least amount of time to give any feedback on what you're going to see on the screen or on this page. So I'm guessing there's still plenty of work left to do on this one. So let's focus mostly on the goal and what you heard, Superintendent. But then if you want to start thinking about, preliminary interims, by all means.
Yeah, so this one, this one took the most amount of time and challenge in thinking through what I heard and then how would we monitor it and what would it look like. So what I think I heard was
we had a robust discussion about critical thinking, and that was something that was important in the community. In that discussion was also media and AI literacy. That was thrown in there a little bit too. And then looking at how are we preparing students to evaluate information. So originally I was thinking, well, how do we look at the critical thinking questions within the CASP? And we could have students, we could look at that because they do have depth of knowledge questions is what we call them, DOK questions. And that could be a way of monitoring that, measuring that. But it's really hard. What we found is in trying to pull just that and isolate those questions within the CASP was going to be really, really hard. So then we looked at, okay, well, what's another measure that we could do? And as we were playing around with that, then we started hearing in our board discussions, in other board meetings, media literacy kept coming up and AI kept coming up. And then we started connecting the two, like, well, kids are really going to need critical thinking in terms of media literacy and AI. And so could we do something that ties that together for this board goal? And so then what we started looking at was common sense schools is what they call it, and certifying to be a common sense school so that those schools are meeting the markers for teaching students media literacy in a certain way, so that they are learning how to use critical thinking skills, to be digital citizens, to also like analyze and be able to use digital tools in a smart way, but also be digitally sound, and even in like cyberbullying, things like that. So we went in that direction. If the board doesn't like that, I completely understand, because it is a little bit of a veer off from what we originally talked about, but I think it does get at critical thinking, and it is something that I believe our district does need to start incorporating. So we haven't really done a lot with tech in this district and AI.
So speaking of AI, I was just using AI for this purpose
there you go.
because you asked me to look into it for you, or to do some, because Monte Vista Christian, some of you may know, my child went there for 2 years. The first week of school, where there's not a whole lot going on, you're going over syllabi and what supplies to buy and your expectations, what have you. They spend that first week of school every year going over media literacy, and how to separate fact from fiction, what is a credible source, cyberbullying, a lot of these internet issues. So I think incorporating something like that would be useful. Also, it was saying this, it's worth noting that California is actively building infrastructure that you can plug into. You don't actually have to reinvent the wheel. There's already work going on around this. So maybe
That's what's on there.
that's the digital driver's license.
Mhm.
Oh.
So the goal that we might want to consider would be the percentage of students in grades 3 through 12 earning a digital driver's license will increase from 0% in 2026, to 75% in June of 2031, demonstrating district-wide implementation of digital citizenship, media literacy, and responsible AI education. And then we have annual targets, and then some interim targets as well.
Board comment, and then there's also someone who'd like to speak.
Yeah, because this is fairly new.
It is, yeah.
I like
this one's a little bit of a curveball. I
Yeah,
agree.
well, and I love it
I
because
will own that.
yeah, our conversation, the whole time thinking, how are we going to measure this? There's no way to measure, everything we were throwing out. Yes, so I like this. I definitely think our students can use some focused time on how to deal with the media. Social media terrifies me, and what it's doing to our children. And so, I hope there's a little bit of teaching them, how to handle social media in here as well. But is this, my question is this gonna be something that every single student will get a little bit of like every year? Or is it gonna be something more like the seal of literacy, the seal of civic engagement, where they have to make the choice to want to try to get this
No, be
digital?
continuing.
Okay.
Mhm. Good question.
Yep. Yeah, okay. All the digital citizenship stuff is important, and one of the reasons it needs to be ongoing is because the landscape changes. What we know about technology 3 years from now will be very different from what we see right now. I'm not sure the math is mathin' in what you've set up here. So if you're talking about 75% and 45%, but then it says 10, 20, and 30%, so you'll want to get those numbers, give them another scrub.
Agreed.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yes. This one is, yeah. Well, we veered, like I said, we veered very wildly in the last week on this one as we were trying to figure out how, if we're looking at critical thinking, how would we measure it? And then all of a sudden, staff, a team of us kind of came up with, wait a minute. Oh, Jessica. Pausing because Jessica.
Take a brief recess.
We are going to recess briefly. All right, we are back in session.
All right. So we've gone through 4 goals, but I don't want to move us onto the guardrails if there's more clarifying y'all want to do. So I heard one board member, you weighed in about, oh no, you were in the middle of saying something maybe. Do you want more to share? Okay. Yeah, okay. So there's this idea of digital literacy. This is maybe the biggest swing out of what I heard that night, right? Is what I heard the superintendent say.
It's a pretty big swing.
But trying to measure this in terms of what students know are able to do and a measurement of having this things, somebody's called a digital driver's license. It's new to me.
Yeah, no, I'm very familiar with it. It's good. It is good. I mean, I think it would be a good thing for our district, but that is up to the board. And if I heard you correctly.
I'm just going to read it out loud. The percentage of students in grades, oh, these are interims.
Those are interims. Go.
I'll go back here.
Yeah.
Stick with the goal. The interims are.
I thought that's what I was reading. The percentage of students in grades 3 through 12 earning a digital driver's license will increase from 0, and only 0 because we've never tested, to 75% in 5 years. Implementation of digital citizenship, media literacy, and responsible AI. Is that what we were thinking about when we were in the teacher workroom at EA Hall? Okay. Do you feel, Trustee Navarro, that when we were at EA Hall and we were talking about this, because to me it felt then very nebulous, like I don't know what that really means and what that looks like. Do you feel like we got it?
I think that this is. Yes, I do. I think there probably needs to be a little bit more work on this goal, like with more specifics, and I would like to see like how it's going to be rolled out and implemented before approving it. I don't know that it's that, I don't know, I don't believe it's actually that difficult to gauge critical thinking. I think teachers, for the most part, can tell when someone is using critical thinking skills or not using critical thinking skills. Am I wrong, Bobby? No. So I don't actually think it'll be, that could just be part of the rubric that students are graded on, and you could follow that. That's one idea. And in regards.
It could be a lot of work for teachers, though. Yeah, because if you're individually doing that for and if you're a high school teacher.
Or coming up with some sort of assessment throughout the year that is, you know,
right.
What have you.
Yeah, that was our struggle that we were, I mean, it does sound easy, like, oh, can you tell if your child, your student, or your group of students are critically thinking? Yeah, but to bring something to the board to say, we're measuring this, we're monitoring this, and like specifically, and we just struggled to figure out what it was, and then we wanted to be really mindful of what are we asking our staff to do too.
Well, it could even just be one summary assignment at the end of the year or part of your final that, going up until finals, it's just like when you're in college, right? You're judged on a similar metric. So I can tell you what I'm hearing from the community, a lot of it is just keeping kids off their devices, right? Like not using computers in elementary school, not using, and I know we're working on our cell phone policy. I still have not seen actually how we're going to implement that and how, I would also still like to see our disciplinary policy, but that's a separate issue. And because I don't want to have our teachers have to police their classrooms and fight with kids over their phones. So I think we still have some more work to do on that.
One thing when I see this goal, one question I have or wondering is grades 3 through 12 board. Is that focused enough for you? Are you fine with it being such a large band of students? I mean, the larger the band of students, the less focus, the harder it will be to accomplish it, and it will take more resource.
How about just doing it in like an interim assessment, like 6th, 8th, 11th grade?
Drop the elementary and just go middle.
Well,
school
I'm
to-
saying elementary, 5th, I guess. I know some of our elementaries are 6th. I'm just thinking up to us as 6th grade's elementary school. But I don't know, 5th, 8th, 11th, because then you have elementary, middle school, high school, or 5th, 8th, 10th, something like that. Because you would hope, that you would see growth over that time, and you're not going to test seniors, so. Perhaps one of our teachers has thoughts on this.
Perhaps.
Perhaps one of our teachers has a thought on this.
No, I appreciate the conversation and both, good points being made all around. I just wanted to bring up, it's hard because on one level, this is how we're trained as teachers, is to promote critical thinking. So it's just baked into what we do. My question would be, but it is a hard goal to figure out how do you measure, and I totally recognize that. My question is, or my thought is, kind of goes back to my question earlier, is I'm not sure how much teachers have been at the table as this has been developed. And so I think about some of the topics that use critical thinking, clearly, right? Like history, like social studies. What would it look like to get some of those teachers, maybe some middle school, like elementary school teachers, and say, what are your ideas? Because they're the ones in the classroom doing it. That isn't going to add too much work to you, but will help us find these benchmarks. There's a lot of creativity in our district and our teachers. They might come up with something that hasn't been thought of at this table. So I would just encourage maybe bringing more teachers into this process.
We
Yeah,
definitely,
to tag on that,
this
I
is one
think-
that we did not work a lot with anyone on, we were trying to really just figure it out.
This might be a good one to explore on like a Friday collaboration day. And then thinking of your point, I almost am thinking more performance task,
Well, we
like
thought about that too.
like seminars and the like, or maybe it's something we work into, like how students do their civic engagement. Like maybe it can be some component of when they're some other thing they're already pursuing.
Mechanically, when you find yourself in a position like this, if you're feeling positive about, a set number of goals, a set number of guardrails, you can move forward while you continue to engage with community and workshop what's left. You can do it that way. Just know that you'll have to kind of rework the monitoring calendar later on, and if goals come online a little bit later, like resources may already have been allocated. But it can be done. You can, if you need that extra time.
I feel like we have, the goals that we have solidified are good, solid, worthy goals. And there are a lot. And we haven't gotten to the guardrails. And I think when you see the guardrails, they're robust as well. So we might want to keep that in mind too.
This one just might need a little more work, or a lot.
Yeah, or a pause, I don't know. as maybe we just figure, like, we might be good. I don't know. It's up to you. But maybe we just pause for now and move on, again, looking at the time, and move on to our guardrails.
We can move on to the guardrails, but I'll just share, it's the board's work to do to clarify the goal. So if you want a fourth goal around critical thinking, it's the board's work to do. If you need information from your community on how to do that, then go get it. If you need your superintendent's help, and you can get that help for sure, but the creation of the goals is owned by the board, okay? All right, so proposed guardrails, we'll go through these in a similar way. We'll start with what did you hear, superintendent, and then if I think your board spoke to you a little bit more clearly when it came to the guardrails, so that was a little more helpful. So, but if you have any recommended cleanups in the language, let us know. And just like when you have when you hear the vision of the community, what they want students to know and be able to do, the board prioritizes those into a set of goals, right? We just talked about that. Well, when you hear the values of the community, the non-negotiables of the community, and your community will have many of them, it's the board's job to prioritize amongst them and protect those values. And so the tool we offer you to protect those values is a guardrail, is telling the superintendent explicitly, even if that strategy would help us climb the mountain, you know, whatever our goals are, it won't fly here in our town. Don't do it here. Like that is a non-negotiable. So superintendent, for the first one, tell us what did you hear and what, if you have any updates to the recommended guardrail.
Okay, so what I heard was a value of equity. And so in pursuit of the goals, the superintendent will not allow gaps to grow between significant student groups and all students. And so in working on this one and how would we ensure that our students and different student groups' needs are being met? What were some targeted groups that we could look at to closely monitor? And then kind of went with the idea of like targeted universalism. If we're monitoring this group, we're probably going to be impacting many groups as well. So guardrail number 1 was the percentage of English learners who achieve college and career readiness will increase from 17.3% in May of 2025 to 24% by May of 2028. This college and career readiness goes back to one of our original goals that we went to. So this is why I was saying, let's not jump to the guardrails. And it's just examining the English learners particularly and ensuring that they are moving as well. And you can see that that percentage is much lower than our other student groups. The next guardrail that I heard, or that we're looking at to meet that value, is the percentage of students with a disability who graduate will increase from 79% in May of 2025 to 87% in May of 2028. And then lastly, the students who are in a transitional living situation, so these are foster or homeless students, will decrease their distance from standard on the English language arts CAST and will improve from 111 points below standard in May of 2025 to 90 points below standard by May of 2028. So distance below standard is on individual scores. So for these students, the number of students are so few, we could actually pull out their individual CASP, look at their English language arts assessment, and then we can see how far below standard. So if the standard for PVUSD is, I'm just gonna make up a number, is 120, and they're at 10, we are saying we wanna increase it. And we can see that for each student, and we can actually set targets for each student. So that's what we would be looking at. As a whole, right now, their median is 111 points below. So that's what we're proposing there.
Can I pause you there, Superintendent? Okay, So before questions, so this is our first guardrail that we're discussing. So, board, you're one looking at, did she hear us? Is it a reasonable, is the recommended guardrail reasonable? In this case, I think it's literally the exact same words. She's not making any changes whatsoever. And then you're asking yourselves, are each of the interim guardrails smart? They have all the criteria, because the guardrail's not smart, but the interims are. And you're asking yourself, if we accomplish these three things, is that a proxy for this guardrail, like for honoring this value? Like collectively, if we did these three interims, could we say to ourselves, we are not allowing the gaps to grow between significant student groups and all students? So that's kind of what you're looking for in terms of interpreting. Are these a reasonable interpretation?
And I want to say, in working with this with Greg, like I first wanted to go to like all English learners or all third graders or all, and Greg's coaching was you narrow it down to a smaller groups when you're working on this guardrail.
Well, that coaching just came from the fact that you all told her, don't let the gaps grow between the significant groups and all students. So then you go.
I don't love the term significant.
I think that's state language, but if you can change it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they're all significant, right?
Right.
Groups of a certain size, groups of at least 11. I think the state is 11.
Isn't this duplicated pupils?
That's another thing.
Yeah.
The unduplicated.
Unduplicated.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't include these groups?
I think
Some
where
of
the
these
significant
groups.
comes from is like in actual research. So like when I did my doctoral degree and you are talking statistics, it is actually a statistical term. So that's where it comes from. I don't. That's
So
when
maybe
we
it's
say-
adding a word.
Yeah,
Maybe it's adding the word statistically.
yeah, maybe. But that's where it comes from. Because that is what it's about.
Is that what
it
you're saying?
wasn't
You want to add the word
statistically-
statistically in the guardrail?
That wouldn't make sense in this context. I would say at-risk student groups and all students, or unduplicated, because those are all
I
unduplicated
think that
students.
the at-risk has been a word that's been dropped from California language. Sometimes districts will say at promise.
I just don't understand, I just don't understand how this term fits in them, even with California state language. I'd
Yeah,
have to look at
it's just the language that.
And technically, I believe the state calls them subgroups.
They do, and
which
I
is-
just call it student group.
And so
Because I don't like sub.
it could say, the board could say between student groups and all students. You could say specific student groups. Now, the question is, so yes, you can change the guardrail language for sure. But then whatever language you propose, would these interims still be reasonable for that guardrail, or would superintendent, you might also decide if they change the language of the guardrail, you might need more time to go back and change these. Well, real quick, I'll just offer, anyone remember how many times a year is our coaching to talk about each goal? 4 per goal. So you're up to, if you have 4 goals, those are 16 different conversations you have on the goals side. We say no more than 2 a month. Yep. No more than 2 a month, because we don't want you talking about all the goals all the time, because you got to focus. You got to focus. Our coaching on the guardrail side is talk about each guardrail at least once a year. Once a year. So they're both board work and they're both very important, but they are not equal peers in this governance model.
Just a quick question. On where you're talking about students with a disability who will graduate, are you talking about graduate or certificate of completion or both?
Graduate.
Graduate, really? Okay, I wanted clarification
No, that's a
because.
good clarifying question. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Because this would include like students who are in resource. It's all students with disabilities.
Well, special day class, I mean, we have a lot of different types of students.
Yep.
And many of them earn certificate of
Certificates.
completion.
We want graduates.
Well, I know what we want. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, good clarifying question.
And we have one more public comment.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that still getting my head around guardrails, but some of this feels more like goals than guardrails. And I was playing around with what I would have written, and something along the lines of that the district will, or the superintendent and leadership will not recommend staffing, program, or budget changes without demonstrating that the district can continue to provide legally required services and supports to students with disabilities and or other vulnerabilities. That feels more like a guardrail to me. And if you wanted an example of how to measure that, the percentage of special ed students and support staff whose projected caseload and workload remain within the adopted standards will remain at 100% before and after staffing changes, right? So I appreciate what you're doing here, but it feels more like goals than guardrails.
Can you comment, Craig? Do these not feel like guardrails?
The guardrail feels like a guardrail. The interims definitely read like goals, absolutely. They definitely read like student outcome goals. Guardrails can be measured by student outcomes, but they're not required to be. Goals are required to be. Your goals need to be about student outcomes. And in fact, by the way, folks, you last approved an update to your goals policy. I think it's policy 0200 in 2008. So it's been 18 years since you've formally updated that policy, and some of those goals are definitely not about student outcomes. There's about...
Well, actually, it was updated, Eva, our goals.
It was approved by the board?
Yes, in 2024.
Okay. Well, on the website.
It just somehow, I know, our
All right.
website hasn't been added. I've asked for it to be added a few times, though.
All that to say, though,
yeah.
was just that
Yeah.
guardrails is not uncommon for them to be exactly what the speaker said, that they're measured by something about adult outcomes or adult outputs, and that's perfectly fine. So that's a y'all's call, how you want to frame a guardrail. And it might be that this one needs to change. You can add a fifth. Every time you add another one, you're spreading your resources out more. There might be a different guardrail that needs to change.
This one, I want to bring it back to the guardrails were based on what you heard from the community and based on what the synthesis of those community inputs were. And so when we synthesized the data, the value of equity is what rose to the top. And when we went to try to break that down further, what came out was looking at the student groups and the college and career readiness. So just bringing it back to how we landed on this, and all of them was the community voice, and so that's how this is in front of us now. So these are all. This isn't just what isn't at all what the board wanted. This reflects the values of the community and your listening sessions, the data you collected and then synthesized, which was hundreds and hundreds of inputs. So you can change the guardrails, but you would still want to bring it back to that data document, and to the community voice. Otherwise, you wouldn't be true to your listening sessions.
I'm feeling like on this one, we kind of need to marinate on it. Anybody have any other comments of things that we ought to bring up in relationship to this guardrail? Well, I feel like we need to put more thought into it, and does this fit what we had asked for?
I like
the interim, but they do read more like goals for the guardrails, on how we're going to measure whether or not we're having equitable student outcomes, because this is primarily about students, so that's how it should be measured. And, you know, something specifically in there about having the supports, which I believe we discussed during the meeting, having the supports in place to make sure that these goals are met.
So, but that again is something that the superintendent and her team needs to figure out, because we're not, well, one of us is a trained
Guardrail,
educator.
yeah, that's in guardrail 3, so you're gonna see it come up. That will come up. Greg, in terms of what I'm hearing, I wanna ask you, what I'm hearing right now from the board is that the guardrails sound like goals. And that the board seems to think that they need to read differently.
No,
Is
I
that
don't
what
think
guardrails?
that's what we're saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
So I get.
This is
that-
why we talk. This is why we go back and forth.
Because otherwise,
we
yeah,
give
I
you a
don't know what to do.
guardrail, and how are you going to know if you fit within that if you don't have a plan? And that's the plan. So I get that. I just personally feel like I need to read it a few times to really understand it.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I'll need tighter guidance then to know how to,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is the board saying, we just started reading these again. We need more time. We need to do our work. And so board members, what I'll encourage you to do is do your work. And if you need any help, reach out. We are here to help you at all times. We're pretty responsive. AJ's probably watching right now too. So let us know, or
Hi,
Ashley.
AJ. Hi, Ashley. Okay, so the guardrail itself, in pursuit of the goals, the superintendent will not allow gaps to grow between student groups and all students. Taking out significant, that piece holds true. That part was heard correctly. Okay, so we just might need to go back to the actual interim guardrails.
Well, you might just.
I'm not sure you need to do that. I feel like personally, I just need to understand it better. I need to read it 10 times in a quiet place, so that I get it.
If the board is telling you not to allow gaps to grow, my interpretation of that is that's in their learning, is my understanding. Allow the gaps in their learning to grow.
Yeah.
And so the idea that you're trying to measure it by student learning is a reasonable interpretation. But they might say, well, wait, these aren't, maybe these aren't the student groups we were talking about, or maybe these aren't the ages we were talking about, or maybe these percents are not aggressive enough, or, not challenging the organization enough, or maybe there's something there that they're looking for around, well, actually we want to see more of a gap closing goal, not just the percent going from here to here, but like the gap changing. So there could be things, I guess, and it's totally reasonable to need to sit on it more than an hour before you go any further.
So just make sure when you come back that I'll need like the more specifics, like where do I need to turn so that I get a little more direction then. Yeah, okay.
What'd you hear for guardrail 2?
Okay, guardrail 2.
'Cause this is a very different one.
Yeah, this one's really different, and this one I grappled with a lot. Like what was the value that I was hearing, and in the end, it seemed like it was a value of safety, and that then it was like, well, what kind of safety? And it seemed to me it was physical safety. So what I heard and took away from that meeting was the superintendent will not allow facilities that are unsafe and unclean or environmentally uncomfortable for learning. And to bring you back to that discussion, there's a lot of discussion about bathrooms. Bathrooms, hot rooms, cold rooms. It was really just about that physical environment. And so the guardrail I recommend is the superintendent will not allow facilities that are unsafe, unclean, or environmentally uncomfortable for learning. And so the interim guardrails, and I'm going to remind you what this is. The board approved a process called FIT at our schools, and that is it's a team that comes in to actually give our schools, each of them, a facility rating. And they look at things like bathrooms, the grounds, the classroom temperature. It has multiple points that they're looking at, and then they rate the school on a percentage. Right now, all of our schools are very, very low on the FIT score. So I'm really glad we have this as a tool. That was really important to me. It's something that I pushed hard for because our facilities is something that we need to work on. So when we found this, it gives us an actual thing to, like, these are the specifics that we need to work on. So the percentage of campuses receiving a good FIT score will increase from 6%, so right now we only have 6% of our campuses, yeah, in August of 2026 to 75% in August of 2029. And then you can see we are actually aiming to be pretty robust in this goal, with by next year 50% getting a good FIT score, the year after that 60%, and then in August of 2029, 75% of our schools. The second guardrail is, you'll love this one, I hope, the percentage uptime of high school student restrooms being within legal use of ratios of students to facilities will increase from 75% in June of 2026 to 100% in June of 2029. So there is actually a legal ratio of number of toilet stalls to students that need to be operational. And that means that, you don't close the bathrooms, you need to keep them unlocked. If something goes offline, they need to get fixed right away. And we can easily monitor that. And so these would be our goals. So June 2027, 80%, June 2028, 90%, and June 2029, 100%. I'm excited about that goal. And then, this is a bone of contention for me. And then number 3, the percentage of air quality alerts at the 5 schools with Citadel that get addressed by maintenance and operations within 24 hours of the alert will increase from 50% in August of 2026 to 80% in August of 2029. Citadel is the air monitoring device that we're installing in our schools that are close to fields that have pesticides. Yeah, you proved that in maybe 2 months ago. So we're installing that. Yeah, they should all be installed. And so it monitors for clean air and quality air quality. And so we have a goal that this will be, that will be responsive to if those alerts go off. Now, that goal might need to be worked on a little bit because I need to be sure that this is how the system works. But I know there is like an alerting system, and that's why we have those installed. And that was our response to ensuring that our students in those schools, that there's concerns about pesticides, that we are monitoring air quality there. So, that is what I heard.
Can I go? I have a question for all of them, but before I forget, I want to ask it. I love them. I like them all. The FIT score. You're saying that they will increase a good FIT score. So I'm just curious, what is a good FIT score and what?
Yeah. So a good FIT score means that on those series of markers, like does the yard look good? Are the classrooms clean enough? Are the bathrooms operating functional and clean? There's a series of like 20 things that the campus needs to have done. And you have to, of the 20 things we're looking for, I'm just making up the number because I don't know the exact number. So as an example, of the 20 things in order to get a good FIT score, you would have the expectation that like 17 out of 20 would qualify as good.
Okay.
So right now, we're at 6%. But that we would, in a year's time, be at 50% with having that good, 50% of our schools would have a good FIT score.
Okay. And then for the restrooms, love that. And a couple, I've brought up before, I really, really feel like we need to get vape detectors into all the bathrooms. And also,
and that
they're $500 a piece. I mean, I know there's also most schools when they do it.
Don't worry about the inputs.
No, I know. But so I think that would help though to keep our bathrooms open and cleaner.
Maybe.
Also,
Till the vapes all go down the toilets and then
Well-
the plumbing plugs up.
so then there, also in bathrooms, I know, I've heard there's a lot of like, people will go in there to use the outlets, to either charge their phones or to curl their hair, or so I had made a suggestion to put, locks on the outlets. All the high schoolers listening to me are gonna hate me after this, but, yeah, just lock, I mean, cause if they need to, do that, they can do that at home. But, those are just things we can do. And then for the third one, I want just to clarify, this is just to alert us if the air quality is dangerous outside, then we can maybe bring students in and close windows, get air purified, but we can't.
Or do something with the filtering, air filtering, like bring us back to our COVID days when we had filters in the classrooms and things like that, so. But
So-
I need to get more clarification on how that system works, but we are installing that system. That system will be operational when school starts. So that goal will need, like how we monitor it, will need a little bit more work, because I want to make sure that it's clean and it's operating the way I think it's operating. Yeah.
We could also
We
put
have a comment from the
we could also
public.
put charging stations in the wellness center to try to get kids to go into the wellness center.
I was going to say that, and in the wellness centers, Olivia, some of our schools actually have like vanity mirrors for the students with like the lights and where they can curl their hair and put on makeup.
Stop being focused on the inputs.
I was thinking the same thing, Dr. Navarro, that's absolutely what we should do. And that it should be known. That's another problem is like, people don't always know about like what we offer, like at wellness centers, like even beyond like charging. So that would be like another PR thing. Also, I like the Citadel thing. I think that's great. I think maybe, like, yeah, we can like manage it, but I feel like the intergovernmental committee, which I have not heard very much out of, should maybe be looking at like, let's get some revenue and tax the application of these things that are poisoning our kids. Also, for the fit definition, very glad you asked that. I was thinking personally, temperature-wise, like 65 to 75 would maybe be what I consider good. Although I don't even 75 can be kind of warm, but that's my general range is what I'm thinking. Because partly it's like after that, the bathroom thing, oh, I need to use the restroom, but you just need to escape of where you are. And understandably, because it is hot. Also, I think on the fit score for bathrooms, like one thing where I would say it's like, there should be always like soap, the dispenser and everything. And like water should be clean, of course. And then the detectors thing, yeah, I know at other districts, the consequence that Dr. Contreras brought up is 100% real. And since we were talking police today anyway, maybe the occasional dog just to sweep, and doesn't mean you have to like go lock a kid up, but the point is it's a deterrent. That like if kids know like, oh, it might be this is the day they bring the dog, like I'm not gonna bring it. And just that has a lot of value. Thank you.
It appears we have another public comment.
It appears you do. It's Crystal, son of my thunder. But first, two things. One, I do want to say thank you for the way this is, by allowing us this venue to have some back and forth. It's nice to have it. So thank you for letting us be involved here. I do appreciate what Mads brought up and the conversation in the last one, because again, and it's not unique to this conversation. I think I've been in goal setting situations before, and where you have other things that it's like, what is a guardrail? Because even as you were talking about these, you kept talking about goals, right? But they're good too. So it is a valid question though. I really appreciate that. And what does a guardrail mean? And should it be goals? Can it be? Can it be something else as well? It's just interesting to think about. That said, my question was similar to his. I know that we know it's an issue. I know it's being addressed on some level. But I'm wondering where the air conditioning situation fits into this. Is that part of the fit score? Should that perhaps be its own thing? Because I know that has been a large issue. And on one hand, I get that it feels like should it be, but I know I sat in a a PD where we were observing a teacher all day at a room in Watsonville High that had no AC on a like 95-degree day. And I couldn't focus as an adult, right? Like it was really hard. So I commiserate with our students. And so I would love to see that included. And to reiterate, the bathrooms, I love that functioning is a great start. But it does say that are not unsafe or unclean. And sometimes they may be functional, but they're not really usable. And that's a hard one at high schools. I fully acknowledge, like, how do you keep those things? Because people do come in and vandalize them. But something to think about within that as well. Thanks.
I would like to point out that it is now 10:17. Do we want to go as long as we can? At 10:30 we stop, or do we want to extend the time? What is the pleasure of the board?
I would like, go ahead.
I was just gonna repeat, I have a babysitter, so I'll be here as long as I have to be.
Let's do it. Let's extend the time.
Okay.
Make a motion to extend the, do you think another half an hour? Do you think 11 we'll have everything done? It's only 2 more.
It's only 2 more guardrails, right?
Let's do 11.
Is there a second to that motion? Yeah.
Okay.
With a goal of ending at 11.
You do realize I've been up since 5 a.m.
No.
I worked all day.
I've been up since 4:15. I got you. Okay. Would you like to modify your motion?
I guess I'll extend it to midnight.
And a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. That is 4003. We have another speaker at the podium.
Just a quick one. I want to know if adult ed is part of the FIT score.
That's a good question, because probably, I would guess it's not at the district building, because I don't think the district
freezing
building.
in our rooms.
Oh, yeah, it's freezing in my office too.
Right.
But I will ask.
And downtown too. I mean,
Yeah, now the
district facilities-
downtown one, maybe, but I'll ask and see.
Okay. Thank you.
That's what I'm thinking, so I don't know, but I'll check
Yeah, 'cause
and remind them.
It is part of the campus here, and it's cold. I hear it all the time. You know that.
So on this guardrail, the superintendent heard a lot about facilities that are unsafe, unclean, environmentally uncomfortable for learning. So she's picked a few ways to try and measure progress, but there's no perfect one-to-one correlation between an interim guardrail and this more the guardrail language itself. So superintendent, are you hearing, like, are you on track with your interpretation? Board, what do you think? Do you want to signal to her? If she wants to, I heard her say she wants to go back and clarify a few things for herself, but this idea of the FIT score and the restrooms and the Citadel system, are these good proxies for unsafe, unclean, environmentally uncomfortable?
I feel like it's reasonable.
I feel like it's reasonable, but I would like to see something more addressing the cleanliness issue. Because it says within legal use ratios, but doesn't actually say anything about whether they're kept in a reasonable fashion. And then the other one, sorry, there was one more thing that you were just talking about. Oh, and then something about the HVAC system, which making sure that a certain percentage of our classrooms have. How is that included in the FIT?
I don't know if HVAC is included in the FIT. Yeah, I don't know if HVAC is included in the FIT score.
But I think specifically when we're talking about safe, clean, healthy learning environments, and especially at the time that we had that meeting was right after the issues at Watsonville High School with the air conditioning.
So HVAC is a tough one to judge. So we have put that on the bond measure. We are investing in HVAC for Watsonville High and for some of our schools, but our campuses were built in like the 1950s, some longer ago, when this area, the climate was very different. And so there are some things that it's going to take a long time to get those things in place, and they are things we're working on. I don't know if those might be longer term.
I understand, like, long-term, like redoing the HVAC, but in the
I mean,
inter-
it's on our facility master plan, like the HVAC, and when we're doing it for the schools.
do we have an interim plan while we're waiting for all that to happen for when we're having hot days, and are we canceling
I mean,
classes?
Oh, it does. If above a certain temperature, you can, but below that, you cannot. We do
Fans.
bring out fans and do the best we can to have those types of things available and, bring out cold cloths and, all that. And I think we try our best. I don't know. If you want to change one of these guardrails to that, or, I mean, Greg, don't you say it's isn't the coaching 3 to 5 guardrail?
No, definitely 1 to 3.
1 to 3.
But you
Okay.
can speak
So
more
if you
clearly.
want to,
Or you can speak more clearly in the guardrail itself. 1 to 3 interim guardrails. That's what I meant to say. 1 to 3 interim
Yeah.
guardrails
Yeah.
for every guardrail. But if the guardrail of environmentally uncomfortable for learning is not specific enough, if you're saying, if it's not specific enough, you don't have to convince me, you don't have to convince the soup, you got to convince your board colleagues. That's who's writing the guardrail.
yeah, just tell me what to do. I mean, if you want to change out this, or you want to be more clear in the guardrail and say classrooms need to be.
I really want to address the air conditioning.
Yeah, I think the air conditioning, to me, is a bigger priority than having the right number of restrooms. I feel like that's something we should just do and probably shouldn't be an interim guardrail.
You remember back to our community listening though, specifically our community, bathrooms.
I think we should just do that, but I don't think it should be a guardrail for this particular thing. I think we should just instruct or direct to just do it.
I think it needs to be part of it, especially since when we formulated the guardrail, that was like really a focus.
I think the interim guardrail to if we could figure out a way to incorporate the and like maybe something regarding HVAC, like if a room reaches a certain temperature.
This is our plan specifically.
The teacher can, look for an alternative location or something like that, like add it to the fib. I don't know.
I'm nervous about. I guess I would have to go back and do further research. Just because, like I said, our school's being built in the 1950s, the condition that they're in, I know it is on our plan to address those. We are actively working to do that. We do work to get like fans and all of that, but I think I would need to look at what that would mean for staff and what our abilities are for that if we're going to do that. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of infrastructure that doesn't exist in these buildings.
Right.
It's not like it's a matter of screwing in a unit. It's increasing the electrical, which is
Can you turn the
huge
sprinklers
deal.
on and have people go run through the sprinklers and then go sit in front of the fans?
I don't know if I heard this, but I'm wondering, am I hearing like a request for more information about like how do we currently handle?
Yeah, I feel like the last time that this happened, it was not really clear what each site was doing and having, maybe it's just an emergency preparation plan for.
Yeah, so what happens when it's a really hot day like that?
Well, so hold on a second, sorry, because I'm wondering if you want to just respond to that when
Yeah,
it's not
but
10:30 at night,
yeah.
and then you can just share all the information with the entire board. This is what we
Yeah.
do when it's really hot, and then
That's a good
and
idea.
if that's not sufficient, then maybe you need to come back and incorporate a guardrail. If it is, maybe you can move on.
That's a good idea. Okay.
All right, guardrail 3. This is switching gears again. So this is away from facilities. Student support and well-being. What did you hear, Soup, that the that you should not do? And then if you have any recommended changes to the
Okay.
guardrail.
So this was the value of mental health. And so what I heard was the superintendent will not allow the most vulnerable student groups to go unsupported. And interim guardrails included like mental health or any other vulnerability that they may have. That was our discussion. And so the guardrail is the superintendent will not allow gaps in support for our most vulnerable students' social emotional needs. And so in looking at the guardrails, we wrote the
percentage of students in the middle school who report that they agree or strongly agree that they have a positive sense of belonging at school as measured by the Youth Truth Survey will increase from 70% in February 2026 to 82% in February 2029. Next interim guardrail, the percentage of students receiving a needed mental health referral within, and we put XX days of identification, and I'll tell you about that in a minute, will increase from XX in month 2026, and we're going to identify that, to YY in month 2029. We don't have this baseline data. We haven't been collecting that. And we feel like it's really important that if a student is getting a referral, that we are tracking that referral, and that then we're identifying how long does it take from that student to get to a referral to the time they're seen. And because we have never tracked that, we don't know where we have to get a baseline. And then from there, we'll be able to set our goal. But we feel like that's a really worthy goal, particularly with the changes that we're making. So that allows us to monitor our services. And then lastly, the percentage of students with disabilities who are referred to county behavioral health within 5 working days after receiving parental permission will increase from, again, no baseline, in month 2026 to in month 2029. And this was another one where we dug in and feel like there should have been a baseline. Now we'll get that into place, and then we'll have some goals to work from. And I think this is, again, another worthy goal. Guardrail, sorry, keep saying goal. We have always been working with county behavioral health for our students with disabilities. We may find that there is some data that it has been tracking this when we reach out to county behavioral health, but right now we couldn't locate that data. So we may come back to you with, oh, okay, here's where we're at. But if not, this is a really good to be tracking that data.
And our coaching is to not rely on outside agencies, to like have to build the infrastructure so that you can have the data. And if you have to rely on an outside agency, it might not be the right tool.
So just to clarify on 3, interim guardrail 3, that's saying that the amount of time, okay, that we're gonna that it's confusing me, what are we increasing? We're increasing the amount of referrals we're giving out, or just the response time?
The response time.
The response time, okay, that's what I thought, but it's worded.
Yeah, it's
interesting
and
to me.
that's good. What you're digging on the right thing. It's like, what is it we actually measuring? It's not an increase in referrals or anything like that. It's within the 5 working days after receiving the parent permission that they get over to the county.
the service.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll find out what we're currently working with, like if some people are taking more than 5, and so we're going to try to. What we're trying to commit to is that we are going to do this within 5 days.
Within 5 days,
okay.
Exactly.
And in the meantime, because you can't performance manage, you can't find out because you don't have a baseline, you don't have a target, you don't know, well, are we on track or not. So when these conversations, until this is all clear, the board's conversation is actually learning about the project management. Like, what is the work the superintendent is doing to even create the systems so that would enable performance management down the road?
If I may, I think on goal 1, the interim one, it reminds me of a comment that the CSEA president made last meeting about commending the district on respecting seniority. I think that's something we need to apply. I'm thinking about it because one of the counselors at our middle school is being subject to a transfer. It's violating her seniority. It's clear contract violation. And and this is also something I personally experienced in my time here. So I think if we respect seniority, we preserve relationships with students. And a lot of times these people who are being moved happen to be student advocates. And then it seems like there's some impropriety in in the move, like a favoritism. So like, we shouldn't move the people who like make you want to come to school when you're a troubled youth. And then also, when it comes to following up on that, like if the powers that be are like, oh, we're just we're going along with it, and then the grievance reaches you, Dr. Contreras, like, then I think one of the guardrails should be that you sit in those step 3 meetings, because I've already heard the others, right? I know their spiel, and I want to give you one last chance to like, can we not spend legal money on this before going? Can we improve our PR by handling these things more discreetly? And then on goal 2, this reminds me of model renaissance. I love the part you had, Dr. Contreras, about following up, because that's really key. So we would do that. The data that we always tracked and would bring to like all the regular meetings. You had academic data, and get from all the teachers they have, like in that moment, attendance, behavior, and then you would get like feedback from their teachers, whoever they have, and like if there's a counselor they talk to, you hear it from them or whatever. Maybe they have a good relationship with the campus supervisor or something, or the SRO, or whoever it is. Basically anyone, they would give feedback, and they would also get feedback from the students. So I think some time to explore model renaissance would be worthwhile. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board on this? Do we feel like she got the recommended guardrail? Are we ready to move on to number 4? Yeah?
All right. So guardrail number 4 was meaningful community engagement, and what I believe I heard was the value of inclusion. So the superintendent will develop a guardrail around timing, including community engagement for major decisions, and providing due process was in there. That one, I wasn't really sure what that meant. So we might need to talk about that a little bit. But from that, the recommended guardrail that we came up with was the superintendent will not bring recommendations to the board on major decisions without first engaging with the community directly impacted by the decision, and also without including in the recommendation how community input was included or not. And so the guardrail for A is on major decisions, the percentage of recommendations to the board that come after a community engagement process will increase from 10% in August 2026 to 75% in August 2029. And I don't know, why did we put 10%?
I don't know why.
I don't know why either.
You can, if that's what it is, maybe it was a placeholder. I don't know. You and your team. I didn't, just to be clear, my role, I don't write these things. I don't fill in any of the numbers. I don't pick the targets. I'm looking for those 6 criteria. I'm like a broken record.
Oh, yeah.
You have the 6 criteria. Is this predictive of that? Like, that's it. This one though, we added to the structure a little bit. You'll see there's so superintendent, tell us, what do you mean by, what does an engagement include? And then what's a major recommendation?
Yeah, so,
the 2 definitions.
yeah, we put definitions. Engagements will include at least 2 of the following options: in-person feedback opportunities, including at board meetings, online feedback opportunities, a committee of community members, or sharing information from district level, site leadership level, and classroom level. Definition for major recommendations will be made on the following. So we were like, okay, well, what's a major decision, or what does that categorize? Because we wanted to be really clear on that. So budget is a major decision or recommendation. LCAP, bond expenditures, school closures, mergers, expansions, charter applications, renewals, closure, reductions in force, policies that legally require the board's approval. And then annual targets would be to increase from 30% to 60% to 75%. And then on major decisions, the percentage of recommendations to the board that come with an explanation of how community input was included or not, will increase from 80% in August, there we go, that's a more, in August 2025 to 95% in August 2029. And then you can see the annual targets. Greg and I had a lot of discussion around this one about, well, what does meaningful engagement look like, and then what does due process look like, and then what are our current practices to involve the community, because we have done a lot of things to involve the community, like our the sustainable budget, the sustainable schools, all of the different things that we did when we went around to all the schools and school site council, like we held 50 different meetings on budget, like things like that. But then we decided, okay, well, maybe we need to get a little bit more clear on, like, what are the engagements we're looking for? Like, is it a meeting? Is it a survey? Is it a whatever? And then also, what are the major decisions or activities that we do, so that we're really clear on what those things are. So there it is.
I think we also had suggested to you to have some weekly 2 to 3 questions.
We have actually started that. It's been up on our website for like 6 weeks now, and we're doing that. Yeah.
Okay.
We haven't been doing it in the papers yet, though. So, but I do have a regular column in the newspapers. We just haven't done any question back and forth in there.
Like the regular newspapers, like the.
Yeah, I've had that in there since I started.
I think utilizing social media and our local newspapers is going to be more than you're going to reach more people than your website.
I would even suggest a parent square through as well, or something where we get the parents directly, because not all parents are going to.
Okay, that's a good idea.
So, meaningful community engagement. When we said that, did we mean the greater community, parents and taxpayers and that? Or did we mean, at least in some cases, employees, teachers, if it's a curriculum kind of thing that's changing? What did we mean?
I think we meant all of the above, but I'm not sure what we meant by due process. It's not a court of law, so I don't understand what that part was.
I'm not sure I know that either.
The first thing I think of is something you already touched on right now, and that Greg, you should be thinking of, because I know we agreed on it before. That's anything we bring to this board should come twice before the 2 reading thing. And then also for due process, just the union guy, I mean, he's like, respect seniority. Like, don't be jerking people around on that. Also, I think, I would also kind of say, with these committees you're talking about, that the union should get to at least, if not to appoint our people, have a role in, being consulted in the composition. I think on the SSA, I'm kind of displeased with the composition. And on that one, I'm a little bit glad that we were kind of kept out of it in a way, because if it goes in a negative way, none of the eggs on us. So
exactly. Do you want to be involved in that?
I mean, somewhat. I do, yes and no. I do want to be there to at least ask the questions and make sure the process doesn't go a weird way. But it is fraught. I hear what you're saying.
But part of being on that committee is making recommendations.
Yeah, I mean, I have some. I think even when I said tonight about the bathrooms, because might bite me, but.
No, I mean on which school to close.
Oh, I know it. I've already felt some of that already, just in my own public non-here comments. So also for due process, I feel for at the board meetings, we hear all voices. So if you have to cut time, fine. That was the scout rule, right? We cut time, but you hear all people. And if you're doing, like we had said before, Greg, that if you're doing all the engagement stuff in between meetings, you probably won't have as many people coming and flooding the meeting. So that's just something to think about. And also one last thing is that when we do consider anything before us, that really the cabinet should be here to respond and answer the questions. I remember, isn't this part of why your pay came up, right? Before, oh, hey, there's no CBO. Well, then we had a CBO, and I think you need to have those cabinet here to answer the questions, and it maybe doesn't reflect well if your teachers are here, but they're not.
So, I don't care. I just want to say real quick, I really like this one. It just makes a lot of sense. And this is the first one for me personally that I go, oh, this feels like a guardrail. Like this starts to make sense as the guardrail. I do wonder if, because again, these aren't goals, and I wonder if we got stuck on the SMART goals idea. So for me, like the 10% in August to 75, do we even need a percentage versus the guardrail is before big, decisions need to be made, we take it to the community. There's the guardrail every time. It's not looking at, it doesn't have to be a SMART goal that's measurable because it's not a goal, it's a guardrail. I don't know if that's accurate or not. That's something that Greg can speak to. But that starts to make sense of this. And I would just say, while I appreciate the definition of major recommendations in general, I'd just say this is best, I lean in the direction of always getting community feedback. Like this is what people want. And I hate to say it, but the Duncan Holbert thing, to have that as a perfect example of had we gotten some of that first, we would have saved a lot of headache at the meeting, right? So yeah, I love this one. Thank you.
I just wanted to say too, for the engagement part is, there's a statement saying we don't hear all people. I feel like there's a same group of people that come to the board meetings, and when I go out and I talk to like different teachers, that's a whole different perspective, and I want to get to that not everybody comes to the board meetings, or so when it comes to teachers or parents, or because I feel like we're just hearing the same group of people, and there's so much more out there too. So just keeping that in mind.
I would echo that there's actually numerous ways to have your voice heard. Most of us respond to our emails. I try to respond to all of my emails. I have offered to meet with pretty much anybody who's wanted to, in person or by phone. And what happens in here is not two-way dialogue. And unfortunately, I'm going to reiterate again, because I know you don't agree with this, but CSBA and our governing board for boards, this is not a town hall. This is a meeting of the board that is held in public. So we have to limit public comment. Otherwise, our meeting doesn't start till 10 p.m., which it did a few meetings ago, and went till 2 o'clock in the morning. That is part of the reason Cabinet is not here. The second reason Cabinet is not here is because
let's move on.
We terrorize our employees.
I was just going to agree a little bit with Bobby in terms of, I think this is great, but it's measuring, it's specifically not looking at the quality. I think you're looking at the quality of engagement here, and this first interim looks more at the quantity. And so if we're looking for meaningful engagement, I think it needs to be something that actually measures something meaningful rather than just a number. So if meaningful might be that you are getting engagement at least 30 days before a decision is made, right? So there's meaningful time for discussion. Meaningful could also be in terms of the types of processes that you're using and the types of feedback. To your point, this isn't the right place or the only place to be getting feedback. Also, to your point though, there's lots of public entities that have public comment periods that work really well throughout the country and the world, and we should probably look at some of those best practices rather than trying to create our own from scratch.
We actually have looked at that, and almost every single board limits public comment. And
no, excuse me,
yeah.
I'm not talking about
Oh, okay.
in-person public comment. I'm talking about how entities receive public comment, period. Not in a moment,
Yeah.
but on any decision. I come from the world of standards. There's a period of 6 months or a period of 30 days where they receive public comment in different ways, and they do it very efficiently and very effectively, so it doesn't take a year to make goals and guardrails. And so it might be a good idea to look at that as well.
board comments on guardrail number 4. Can you believe we have made it through our 4 goals and our 4 guardrails tonight? I'm proud of us.
This last guardrail, I would agree. I don't think there's a way to measure this, and I don't know that we need to measure our guardrails. I think we just need to figure out if we are following them or not following them. I don't know that the measurement is the right way to address this one.
I also feel like when we look at meaningful community engagement, I feel like that's at least half of the responsibility is ours, maybe more than that.
Exactly, but the fact of the matter is what reflects in this boardroom doesn't necessarily even translate to meaningful community engagement, because all of us are out there in the community all of the time, going to all of the events, talking to all the people, going to the sites, going, like you said, going to drop off and pick up, and talking to our teachers and administrators on sites. So we're all constantly out there getting meaningful engagement, and I don't know that there's a direct way to measure that. And I also don't know that it's necessarily Dr. Contreras' responsibility.
Yeah, that was my point. I think it's at least half our responsibility, maybe more than that.
So there's board work that the board needs to go engage with community around, and there's superintendent work that the superintendent needs to go engage community around. And just to be crystal clear, in our language, when a board member's out engaging, we call that campaigning. No matter what it is you're doing, we call that campaigning. If you make a collective plan about how the 2 of us are going to go here, or the 3 of us are going to go here, and this is what we're going to listen for, this is what we're going to do to engage, okay, then I'm with you, because it's the board is coordinating that. It's not just, I want to go here and talk to these people, because these are the people I know.
Yeah, but that was like the listening sessions that we did.
That was not campaigning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Gotcha, yeah. But that is different than we're all individually out in the community.
No, but a lot of us go to multiple events together.
Okay, great. I didn't hear that part. But still different than the board being coordinated around it with an intentional plan about sending people and deliberately going to other areas of town and all that sort of stuff.
Can I just say one thing,
Yeah.
which brings up this whole, you brought it up a little bit and you brought it up, not all community engagement has to be so professional in structure. And I think I said that last time, because a lot of our community, they don't really feel comfortable or really want to be in spaces where everything's super structured, super professional. Like, that's why one of my suggestions was to have, an end of the year family event where we all go. It's relaxed, we're eating, we're hanging out in groups, because I feel like that is the way to reach most of our community. They'll love to go to an event to eat and socialize, not necessarily, I'm gonna go there with 3 things, 5 questions, and all of these things that I'm gonna attack them with. It's sometimes they just wanna have a conversation. So, and it doesn't have to be super professional and structured. So I don't know if that's something we can add there, because we will get more feedback, more engagement from a lot more people that way, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying about calling it campaigning, but really I agree with Jessica. This is how our community really actually reaches out to us.
I had tried to get it going last year, but at Relay for Life, I had thought if we had a booth at Relay for Life, like come and meet your trustees, and limit it to 2, like we sign up for shifts so that we're not breaking quorum. And then that's like an environment like you're talking about, where some parents are a little more engaged. So like if we got a booth at the Strawberry Festival, or where we go out into our community and just say like, here you go, what's that night, National Night Out. That's always a fun one to go to all those places. But like Greg was saying, we need to discuss that and come up with that plan as a board, coordinated with a sign-up sheet to avoid breaking quorum, and then it's no longer campaigning. It's our strategic way of meaningful community engagement.
Well, we've tried to do online sessions, and often we'll sit around just talking, the 2 of us, because nobody else shows up. No,
I'm just
Well-
saying, like, it's hard to get our community to engage
Well, see, that's
in
on
a way that's.
That's one
Yeah.
way, right?
No, that's what I'm
Not
saying, is
that-
like, we
yeah.
tried to make it easier because our community's really busy.
Yeah.
I can tell you, the reason you hardly ever see any any of my constituents in here is because they're running their kids around to all their freaking practices and working and doing all this stuff. Like, they don't have time to come to a board meeting for 6 hours on a Wednesday night.
Right, but everybody goes to the
Like-
Strawberry Festival.
Yeah.
So, and the other thing too is, so when I used to work in Santa Cruz at the end of the year, we used to do a fun day. And all the parents, all of our partners, all the resources, everything, kids were there all day. We had activities for them, and this is for, children with autism. We had a jumpy house, we had a sensory area, and like everybody was there. That was the day where you met the teachers for next year, and you were able to connect with other parents. We were talking about parents talking to other parents about resources or stories, or just being able to get a support group. And that is not structured in a professional environment, but they're
Yeah.
still able to like connect with us because we're there, and then we could direct them to resources. Oh, this person does IEP, you have a question with this, that kind of vibe where they feel like, oh, I go and have fun. There's nothing expected. I don't have to talk at a certain time and put in a card or anything, and I'm not going to be filmed,
Yeah. No, and recorded and posted online later. But no, but that's the importance, I think, of going to these events and making sure that we're getting out there. And I know, Dr. Contreras, you go to a lot of events, and most of us in this room do. But, it's the fundraisers and the Boosters Club events and, the site council meetings. And that's not true. I was at Watsonville High, and that actually was way better attended because they were serving food.
So let me try and land this plane here. So a couple of things. One, so our coaching is you want to make interim guardrails smart so that a year from now, you can know whether or not the superintendent accomplished it or not, and you can hold her accountable. Because otherwise, if you leave it at the guardrail language, you just won't know. You will argue. You will argue whether, and one of you will think, oh no, yeah, she did it. She didn't bring any recommendations without this. And others say, well, what about this one? What about this one? And so making it like this is just to take away all of that lack of transparency. That's the design, so that you can then say whether or not it was accomplished. Getting clearer about what it means for meaningful engagement or the amount of engagement, that sounds like there's some work there to do. That was super helpful.
And who we're engaging.
Who you're engaging. Right now, the language is directly impacted by the decision. But if that's not clear enough, then yeah, board, think on that and send draft language in. In terms of the broader process, you've now kind of had an initial calibration conversation. As one of the public speakers said, our coaching is definitely to separate the discussion with the action whenever you can. In this case, you might have to have multiple discussions before the action. So you've got a draft list. I have a feeling the superintendent is going to get right to work, like already, updating it across the board, so to speak. And so maybe another version of this will be emailed out to y'all. And so you'll have something. So when you do plan those engagements, you can go out and talk to people about them. But you're gonna have to all decide, like, how long. Do you want to? When are you gonna even put it on the agenda to have the conversations about how you're gonna engage with the folks, right? And then you got to go do that, and then you got to talk amongst yourselves again. These are all board meeting agenda items. You got to create the container to do the work. So I'll leave you with that. And then definitely, though, the idea that you will leave here with still lots of questions about, are these the right guardrails? Are these the right goals? That's totally appropriate. Sleep on it, think on it, send your feedback to the superintendent. Keep sending your feedback to the superintendent. And then when you feel like you've kind of got the next round of things, bring it back to the board. You can send it to them over email, but then bring it back as an agenda item that then says, we don't have to go through it all. You don't have to go through it all in 2 hours again. Or you can, totally up to you. But you can focus in on the updates, the changes, And again, you probably wouldn't adopt at that meeting either. You could agendize it as an action item in case by the end of it you're ready to take action. You could even put on there, you might not take action, but that's true of any agenda item. Any agenda item that's marked as action, you could always not take action on it. Is that enough clarity for like what you're gonna do next? It's like sleep on it, agendize conversations, work on the draft. You've got, I know you want to go connect more with your own staff around the details. And then I'll just as a reminder, after every board meeting, and we are as coaches glad to help you replay the video. What was a behavior of mine that may have made it harder for the school system to achieve its vision or to get this meeting where it needed to be? What was my behavior? What was the benefit to me, the cost to students or others? What was I pretending in the moment? So we make that available to you after every meeting. We're also available to help you prep before every meeting. You get that posted agenda. Do you have questions? Have you sent them into the superintendent? Have you had time? So avail yourself of coaching. Okay, just putting a plug in. And then, it's late. I'll leave it at that.
I'd like to say thank you very much, Superintendent Contreras, for the effort that you and your staff put into creating this. And I feel like collectively, we're working on some really important, this is really important work, and I am glad we're engaged in it. Are we done? I guess we're done. Shall we adjourn?
Wow, before you left it.
Let's see, what time is it? Okay, I officially adjourn this meeting at 10:58. Our next meeting is August 5th. Some of us had talked about having an August 3rd meeting, but I believe we won't have a quorum for that. So, yeah. So that will not be an official meeting. Maybe the three of us will have a side, but okay. Adjourned at 10:59.
Where are you going? I'm so excited. Tell me.